I'm second best, someone that you could forget. Got me drinking that healing, sinking in this feeling. Will you be that time, giving me the signs of life? Making you are clear, but you're gonna leave me in the deep. Feeling like I'm second best, someone that you could forget. Got me drinking that healing, sinking in this feeling. Will you be that time, giving me the signs of life? Making you are clear, but you're gonna leave me in the deep.
the hell, Donnie? I come back from getting water and all I see Donnie is typing in the... Oh my god, what the heck, Donnie? Oh, but hello everybody. How's everybody doing today? Happy Tuesday. Hello High Tech, hello Easy, hello Dag, hello Nate. You're welcome for the shout out, friend. Hello Sachi. Hello Trixie, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hello Tiarna, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you so much for that 20 stream streak, Ben. Why are we farting in chat? What is this? Damn it, Dag. Damn it. Oh my god. 3 and 28, okay. What the heck? How's everybody doing today? Yes, I know, I missed stream last week on Tuesday. Your flatulence folder? I don't know, do I? Do I want your flatulence folder? Yes, Donnie, you started something. Now take responsibility for it. God damn it. You know, I like how you come in and say stuff like that, Zach, but you never have a full explanation for it, so I get really confused. Just saying. 50. 30, hang on, I'm counting. And 28. Ahem. Oh my goodness. This card. This card. This card! Calling me out like this. Well, I mean, they all call me out in some way, shape, or form. Listen, bitch. Blurt out your ideas, or hold them back and see what doesn't happen. Yeah, I run 3-minute ads like right at the start of stream, so that way there's like no pre-rolls that happen when anybody joins the channel for at least an hour. I use 3-minute ads to like force myself to take a break and stuff, so I just let it run through in the beginning of stream, let it run on my starting soon screen. And yeah, then we're good for an hour until the next ad break runs. Yeah, Twitch is kind of greedy when it comes to ads. just putting that out there, but yeah. And once again, Dag said he did a dumb thing and does not want to explain anything. Yes, Twitch is Twitch. Twitch is twitchy. They're like, here. Yeah, basically. If you want to explain, I'll just ignore it. It's just kind of irritating when somebody comes in and says something and then you expect a response afterwards and it just doesn't happen. You're sitting there like, what the hell, dude? Anyway, let's move on. How's everybody's day been so far? Oh, goodness. No, Dag, you really didn't. Just saying. Yeah, sorry for being a few minutes late. I was running into some issues with VTube Studio. My webcam did not want to fully connect and it was irritating me. Oh, he went lightheaded but hasn't mentioned if he had eaten or hydrated appropriately. Really? Really? Sure. Thank you for leaving a lurk. It's typical. I appreciate it. Hope you've been doing well. Thank you, Trixie. Actually, a long-running gag on the in the community because my previous overlay that I was using had a cat plushie sitting in a chair, and Dag and a couple of other people would come in and just like do unspeakable things to it. Take that whatever context you will. And then I saw this on Etsy, and I'm just like, you know what? Let's just keep the gag going and just have it set up as a claw machine with a bunch of plushies. So I'm just like, yeah, let's just lean into the meme and see what happens. And apparently, it's been going over pretty well. Like I said, Dag likes to do unspeakable things to the plushies, and so does Steven. We're getting a couple of other people in the community, but yeah, we're keeping the gag going. So far, so good, and I like the cuteness of the whole overlay. So if it works, it works. But like I said, today is our subpart narration Tuesday. We're going to be jumping back into the Grisaia, since I had to skip Tuesday's stream last week because of a really bad GERD episode. No worries, Ben. No worries. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. So yeah, we're going to be going into that. We actually started down on Sachi's route this time. We wrapped up Amane's already. We did Machina's, which, from what I remember from Wiseman telling me that I think Machina and Amane had like the longest running route throughout the entirety of the visual novel. Oh, you're off work today? Been doing chores? I woke up late. I've been dealing with really bad health anxiety for several days now. Just everything that's been going on, and I've just been exhausted. I think one of the biggest takeaways from having health anxiety is the fact that you're like mostly more aware of your heartbeat and your pulse. So sometimes it feels like it's speeding up when the reality is that it's perfectly fine. It's just your brain recognizes it and it feels like it's going faster than what it normally is. So I've been experiencing that for a couple of days now, and it's been giving me a little bit of anxiety, but at least I feel like in this time around, I'm better equipped to handle it versus the first time this happened. It's been annoying, but you know what? That's what happens when you go through really bad GERD and acid reflux episodes. Yeah, it's like I still freak out a little bit over it, but I know that it's just my health anxiety kicking in. Like, I know that the situation isn't favorable, but I can work with it. It's just acid reflux sucks. And it takes time for omeprazole to work through your system again. Because I went through a really bad rebound effect with it. But, well, we'll just leave it at that. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, it's horrible. It really is. Like, I recently went through a really bad bout of like a GERD/acid reflux episode because I went through like a rebound effect from being off omeprazole for a week while starting ADHD medication. And I went to my doctor's office on Friday to have my prescriptions re-administered to me because I haven't been able to have medication coverage for like a year. Finally have it back. And my doctor checked my blood pressure, and it was super freaking high. Went to a festival this past weekend and walk a hell of a lot. I overdid it. Yeah, sometimes you have the tendency to overdo it sometimes. But hey, you had fun with it, right? As long as you had fun, that's all that matters, right? But yeah, health anxiety sucks, but you can have all the information in front of you and a doctor tell you you're gonna be okay, and then all of a sudden it's just like, eh. I don't take high blood pressure medication. I honestly believe that during that time, I was not taking care of myself properly. I wasn't hydrating properly. I was barely eating anything. Couple that with GERD and acid reflux, and then the stressors of all of that, it increased my blood pressure on top of taking Adderall. So my doctor was so quick to throw like blood pressure medication at me, but I haven't been taking my Adderall. I feel a lot better now that my acid reflux and GERD symptoms have gone down. But yeah, Yeah. It's been interesting. Mandals, you'll be okay. In the name of chaos, you'll be good. Yeah, because there's no way that Adderall is meant to increase your blood pressure by over 50 freaking points over your on your systolic numbers. It's crazy. Like, I know my blood pressure still isn't the greatest, so I've been trying to, like, cut back on salt and sugars and stuff like that and drinking more water. But yeah. I've pretty much resigned myself to saying I would much rather go through lifestyle changes versus jumping onto a medication that I will be essentially forced to stay on for the rest of my life and deal with complications from it. So we're trying that route first and seeing where it takes us. And then I go back at my doctor's on like the 20th, which I just realized will be on a Tuesday, so I'll probably have to cancel stream for that day. Yeah, walking is definitely good for anybody. It helps with your cardio, your heart health and everything, so. I don't know, Wiseman. I don't know. It's always on Tuesdays. It's like I was standing there in the freaking lobby trying to discuss with the secretary. It's just like, okay, when's the best day? I can take afternoons. Tell me. That was the closest day I could get to the 2-week mark. And they're just like, yeah, we'll see you at 2:30. I do have a hydrate command. It's actually called a Sibi's command. But that also includes like hydrate, posture check, and stretch too. So it's like a 3-in-1 kind of thing. My primary. I still have to go in regardless. Thank you for the hydrate, Dag. No, I don't want to do that. I definitely do not want to do that. I don't want, like, bad blood with my doctor. It's bad enough she's probably pissed off at me for being like, yeah, I'm not going to go on blood pressure medication right now. But at the same time, it's just like, you didn't listen to me. I was trying to tell you the stressors that was going on in my life during that time when you read my blood pressure reading. I mean, there is kind of a point to see where my numbers are at. She probably wants to see it for herself. I'm only complying because I don't want any, like, animosity or bad blood. Or possibly being dropped when I kind of need a doctor right now. So I'm only going to comply for the sake of complying. It'll be a quick appointment anyway. What I can do is, like, come back and maybe stream for, like, 1 or 2 hours. Okay, so maybe I'm more or less going for my own sake. Because, yeah. Blood pressure was not going down, so my doctor was concerned. So she want me to be on medicine. Yeah. My doctor has the tendency to kind of ignore some things that I tell her. Case in point, my last appointment, I was trying to tell her that I was under a lot of stress and a lot of, like, life stressors and bodily stressors were taking place that shot up my blood pressure. I'm honestly surprised that she didn't send me to the emergency room because of how high my blood pressure was that day. My doctor has a tendency to not listen and will not take, like, any form of word of mouth from what I say with what I'm going through during that time. Because, like I said, I was dealing with the stress of the situation of, like, the GERD and acid reflux episodes. I started on Adderall. I wasn't eating and hydrating properly. My cycle was in full force during that time, which can also increase your blood pressure. So I'm sitting here and the nurse practitioner comes in. She takes my blood pressure, 192/112. I'm honestly surprised that they did not send me to the emergency room with that. But my doctor is under the line of thinking that, hey, her blood pressure's increased. Let's take her off the Adderall and see if that works and put her on blood pressure medication. Yeah, I have PCOS myself. Yeah, I have PCOS myself. I'm more or less insulin resistant, and yeah, not blood pressure, but blood sugar fluctuations all the time. I feel like it's not really taken seriously enough necessarily, but it really sucks having to try to advocate for yourself. It really does, especially when you have a doctor who's not sitting back and willing to listen to you. Like with mine, I approached her about my vitamin D deficiency. Oh, well, everybody's a little vitamin D deficient. Anybody north of the equator will experience some form of vitamin D deficiency, so you'll be okay. Yeah, tell that to my lab numbers. The last time they came out was a level 16. Like, vitamin D plays such a huge role in regulating your hormones, especially with women with PCOS, that if you're severely low, that'll throw your hormones off balance, and if you don't correct it, it's just going to stay that way. So I've had to take it into my own hands, and my doctor's over here like, yeah, I'm not testing it. Yeah, I had those stressors going on. I went up 3 flights of stairs. I had less than 5 minutes to sit down after I got into the lobby and checked in. I had less than 5 minutes to sit down when the nurse practitioner came in. And then I had less than 5 minutes from the time that my nurse practitioner sat back and said, oh yeah, your doctor's going to take your blood pressure again once you calm down. Not even 5 minutes, she walks in. Does not give me time to rest. Blood pressure is still sitting at a really high number. I had everything working against me, and then I had the one thing in my life that I have actually found to have worked better for me in terms of medication with ADHD medication, and I had it ripped away from me right in that moment. My doctor's just like, it's the Adderall doing it, here's some blood pressure medicine, and set me on my way. Yes, it is about time to get gaming now. So yeah, that's essentially where my health anxiety is coming from right now. So I am just more aware of my pulse and my heartbeat right now, and I'm trying not to let feed into it too much. It's just kind of hard because, you know, that's just been sitting in the back of my head for a while. But yeah. Like I said, we're going to be doing some Fruit of Grisaia today. We're going to be exploring more down towards Sachi's route since we did the first 2 girls of Machina and Amane. I'm not sure what to expect from this one. I'm pretty sure it's just Sachi doing Sachi things because she is the type of person who takes everything at face value and is a matter-of-factly. Anything you tell her, she will literally listen. I mean, she did show up in school in her underwear, so, you know. Yeah. Alright, let me go ahead and shrink myself down a little bit. We'll go over here in this corner since that's typically where we go. Hopefully I'm not too small or too big. Okay, we'll go to this one. Unmute our desktop audio. Hopefully I'm shrunk down enough. I don't know yet. Oh yeah, right. Sachi passed out in the bath last time. That's where we're at. I should get rid of these previous saves, shouldn't I, Weisman? I mean, I'm pretty much done with all of these. I've saved the one where it stops at Sachi's route to continue and then just like deny her and then continue down. You know, I'll come back to it later. It's okay. Alright then. She's so out of it right now. Her expression blank and vacant, Sachi continues to mumble a string of numbers. From the symptoms, it seems fairly clear that she fainted from overly long exposure to the sauna-like temperature. I think an emergency rest and recovery period's in order. With that decided, I haul Sachi's naked body out of the bathroom, then carefully carry her down the stairs to the second floor. The descriptions, I swear. Oh, we go right to Amane's room, huh? Excuse me, coming in. In consideration to the room's owner, I give approximately half a second of advance notice before barging in. Not waiting for permission, I set Sachi down on the bed. Really, Amane? Really? Sorry, but there's no time to argue right now. Could you give me a bag of ice and a wash bowl? Sooner rather than later. Quickly grasping the nature of the situation, Amane runs off to the bathroom without any further questions. Seems bringing Sachi to this room in particular was the right call. I mean... Oh, poor Sachi. About 15 minutes after I brought her to Amane's room, Sachi's breathing settles into the soft, regular rhythm of sleep. Long story short, Sachi fainted in the grand bath and I found her there. What's wrong with that, Amane? Yeah, I figured you'd be the most reliable by far in this sort of situation. Oh my god, Machina. Machina, never change. Apparently even Machina can realize that it's not an appropriate time for the usual song and dance. She accepts Amane's warning and quietly plops herself down at Sachi's bedside. What? Huh? She doesn't have cancer, she just got lightheaded from staying in the bath too long. Always jump into worst case scenario, I swear. She seemed to be counting something in there. I'd expect someone put a strange idea in her head. Probably Michiru. Or... Yeah, Machina. Busted. I'm with Amane on that one. Just, As the circumstances come to light, Amane heaves a heavy sigh. It's pretty clear that Sachi took Machina's hyperbole 100% literally and interpreted it as a mandatory new part of her bathing routine. What?
大きくなって社会に出た時、これだからゆとり世代はって上司が灰皿にタバコを押し付けるところは見たくなかったのよさ。
Oh, and the worst part, this is taking place in like 2010, 2011, so this is a mark on our generation of them sitting back. Worthless slacker generation!
その心意気は悪くないけど、さっちゃんの性格は知ってるでしょ？
Then she actually offered a halfway sincere sounding apology for once. Machina seems to be feeling something surprisingly close to genuine remorse. A rare sight indeed. Yay, she's waking up! At some point during the exchange, Sachi opened her eyes ever so slightly. And she's still counting. Oh my god, this girl. In the next instant, she picks up the count exactly where she left off, like some sort of human time bomb.
ほらマキナ、今のうちにリセット。
聞くのよサッチン。お風呂に入るときは必ず1万数えなくてもいいのよさ。そうなの。
This is what happens when you can't say no, and you take things literally.
っていうか、お風呂くらい自分の好きなタイミングで出入りしていいんだからね。わかりました。
As soon as the words are out of her mouth, Sachi's eyes fall shut and her body goes totally limp.
これでひとまずは大丈夫そうね。
Maybe for the time being, maybe. So you think that's going to be enough to keep this from happening again?
絶対とは言い切れないけど、私たちは今までこうやって乗り切ってきたから。
In that case, couldn't you have done something about the way she addresses Michiru?
ああ、あれだけは特別。どんなにミチルが取り消しって言っても、サッチャはガンとして譲ろうとしないし。
あれはチルチルが悪いのよ。自分で未来永劫とか絶対って念を押しちゃったから。
I see, so she made an over-aggressive attempt at impressing Sachi with her character right off the bat, and it backfired spectacularly.
マミー鳥がマミーになったのよさ。
まあ、真面目なのはサッチャンのいいところだけど、もう少し融通が効いてくれるとありがたいかな。
Sachi doesn't know how to be flexible.
サッチンはこれでいいのよ。真面目でドジっ子ってところが可愛いんだから。
You about spin a rack in chat. Somehow a diligent personality doesn't feel quite sufficient as an explanation for all this.
それじゃあマキナ、私たちは今のうちに新しい氷を作っておこっか。了解なのよ
さ。
Energetic as always, Makina powders off to the kitchen ahead of Amane.
ちなみに一度沸騰させたお湯をそのまま使った方が早く氷になることもあるらしいのよ。
ああ、それって無ペンバなんとかって言うんでしょ、確か。
Well then, Sachi's... Oh, and hey, she's waking up again! I turned back to the bed to find the maid in question has regained consciousness.
目の前に風見さんがいます。
She's so out of it. Yeah, I'm Kazami Yuji, but more importantly, are you Komine Sachi?
はい、私は小峰幸です。
Seems that she's recovered enough of her wits to offer coherent responses.
それで私はどうしてここに。
You lost consciousness in the grand bath. I found you there and brought you to Amane's room for treatment.
そうだったんですか。ご迷惑をおかけしてしまってすみませんでした。
Well, it wasn't much of an inconvenience, really. Wouldn't even qualify as trouble in my book.
そうですか。
My attempt at downplaying the incident seems to have been appropriate, as Sachi smiles in evident relief.
私
Oh, hi, Lumi.
また風見さんの前で気を失ってしまったんですね。
Oh, you know, Sachi fainting in the grand bath, Yuji finding her, pulling her out of the bath, and taking her to Amane's room covered in nothing but a towel, and she passes out several times while in the bedroom, so this is what we are left with. Yeah, so it seems. I answer Sachi's statement with an artificial attempt at a reassuring smile. Since I'm talking to a dazed invalid, I decided to play along, but I don't remember this ever happening before. I'm not sure where the again is coming from. She must still be pretty out of it, I guess.
目が覚めたサッチン。
How you doing, Lumi?
マキちゃんにも迷惑をかけたみたいでごめんね。
悪いのは変なことを言った私なのよ。だからサッチンは何も悪くないのよさ。
Sachi's expression grows thoughtful. She seemed to be thinking back on the incident and attempting to analyze her behavior. Don't try to think too hard right now. Makina's admitting she's to blame here, so let's leave it at that.
はい。
I know, right, Trouty? Also, hi, how are you?
それで具合はどうなのよ。
うん。ちょっと頭がぼーっとするくらいだから大丈夫。
じゃあ早く元気になって私のお尻をペンペンしてくれるのを待ってるのよ。
Listen, she fainted in the bath, alright? She's back in Amane's room, and all they had for her was a towel to cover her up with, alright?
わかった。
I'm sure in the 18 plus version, she was just laying there naked. Not gonna lie, she was probably just laying there naked. Sachi answers Makina with a gentle smile, but by the end of the conversation, I can see fine beads of sweat running down her face. Okay, that's enough talk for now. Take it easy for a while.
はい。
But yeah, she passed out in the bath because her I don't even know what to call them, but Makina had her convinced that she needed to to count to 10,000 while in the bath. Just because it's something she saw on TV. Oh, she's still covered in the uncensored? I thought she wouldn't be. With that short response, Sachi closes her eyes to sleep once more. Hey there, Makina.
Huh?
Yeah, Makina, you're trouble. Sorry, but can you watch over Sachi for the rest of the day?
もちろんなのよ。お医者さんが主役の本ならたくさん読んでるし、ポリープの切除からバイパス手術までお手の物なのよさ。
What is this girl? I swear. How very reassuring.
それに私もついてるしね。
Sorry, it kind of feels like I'm pushing all the hassle onto you.
別にいいって。さすがに男の子が女の子につきっきりってわけにもいかないしさ。
You saying something there, Amane? Hmm? You're quick on the uptake. I like that about you.
その代わり今度は私がユージに一日面倒を見てもらうってこともあるかもしれないしね。
Don't do it, Yuji, the trap. Don't do it. Has this woman already forgotten the words she literally just said? Or has she simply decided the rules don't apply to her? I'll see what I can do about that.
へっへっへ。
We already know what entails with us dating you. We're not doing it again. Working in a way more befitting a dirty old man than a young woman, Amane saunters back to the kitchen. All well and good that I got my classmate through her little crisis unscathed, but that achievement seems to have come at a considerable price. Alright, High Tech. How you doing? Okay, yeah, we're in 2011. So yeah, when they say that slacker generation, yeah, they're talking about millennials and older Gen Zers. So yeah. It's pretty common to hear something or other described as a microcosm of society. Your head hurts, stomach hurts. I'm sorry. I wish there was something that could help you better versus what it is that you're able to do for yourself right now. I really do. Thank you for that hydrate, by the way. In particular, school is a highly popular choice. It's practically a cliche that you can judge the health of a country by the condition of its classrooms. You've been continuing your re-ratings of anime. Have any of them changed like drastically in terms of just like how bad or how good they are compared to how they were when you first watched it, or declining academic performance, drug abuse, all the way up to violent juvenile crime? You can interpret pretty much any schoolyard problem as a reflection of societal decay if you want to. But even as someone who tends to look on such arguments with skepticism, it's clear to me that the malign influence of our national slide into depravity has begun to rear its ugly head in this isolated academy of ours. Oh, I went from an 8 to a 5? Damn. Which one was that? Oh, ouch.
Sora, もっといい声で泣いてみせろ。
Okay, okay. Oh, okay, Sot. What the hell did we... I don't know, Isaac. I don't know. What is this right now? We all know Inuyasha is a 10 and increases in level with every Kagome Inuyasha. Oh my god. Couple that with like all the movies and that's all you would hear. You know what sucks though? Is as a kid, you were always rooting for Kagome and hated the fuck out of Kikyo. But as you got older, you sat back and realized that Kagome was a side piece and Kikyo was the main. I'm not gonna say, but let's just say I remember liking it, but now that I watched it again, I started thinking the author of it is Giga Sus. You think the last few brain cells you had are rotting away?
そんなに冷めたテンションでぶたれちゃうとマキナいけない子になっちゃうのよさ。
First thing in the morning, a completely random spanking show is unfolding before my eyes. One can only grieve for the future of our nation. Yeah, we won't delve any further into that subject, Lemmy. Curious to see how the others are reacting to this shameful display, I look around the classroom to find... I'd be walking away too, Michiru. I would be walking away too. A grimacing observer, her face all but saying, "Ah, I thought those two were getting into some weird territory lately, but this is taking things to a whole new level of awkward." And then you have Amane. You'd be flying away. A casual observer, humming to herself as she prepares for class, who glances over briefly with an expression that reads, "Ah, so that's today's game?" And finally, an observer who feigns total disinterest even as she peeps past the book in front of her to take in every moment of the show. An intriguing, colorful range of variation. Perhaps one can interpret this as necessary stimulation to a stagnant group dynamic?
んなわけないでしょうがこんな気候を注意しない学校がどこにあるってのよ
God damn it, Stephen Uwu. Well, Uwu?
ここにとかいうボケならいらないわよそれが分かったらあんたはあれやめさせてきて
Pushed forward by Michiru, I reluctantly initiate an intervention with a pair of girls on the teacher's platform, Uwu. Sachi, mind explaining this, Uwu?
はいこれは私がマキちゃんのお尻をペンペンしているところです
I mean, that's blatantly obvious right now, Uwu. Yes, I can see that, Uwu. I'm asking you why you felt the need to do so, Uwu.
それはマキちゃんにお願いされたからです
Makina asked for this, Uwu?
はい昨日の夜そうお願いされましたから
Ah, Uwu. Right, when Sachi came to her senses in Amane's room, Uwu.
じゃあ早く元気になって私のお尻をペンペンしてくれるのを待ってるのよ
Makina, why do you have to do this, Uwu?
分かった
And Sachi's not really capable of recognizing that as a joke, Uwu. I had an ominous premonition the moment I heard that sentence, but you really did go through with it, Uwu. In public even, Uwu.
はい約束しましたから
Oh my god. Maybe it felt that way to Sachi, but somehow I doubt Makina was taking it quite that seriously, Uwu.
でもただお尻を叩かれるだけじゃつまんないから設定を作ってちょっとしたごっこ遊びにしたのよ
Oh my god, Makina, Uwu. Why do you do this, Uwu? A plot, Uwu?
そう今のは同棲を始めて1年が経ったカップルがマンネリを感じてソフトハマるっていう設定だったのよさ
Oh my god. Okay, so what I'm gathering from this, Uwu, dead bedroom, Uwu, living together for a year, Uwu. Oh yeah, let's get into soft S&M, Uwu.
ソフト
Oh my god, I can't with this right now, Uwu. Sometimes the ability to read feels like a curse, Uwu. Yes, it does, Uwu. Pipe down, Peanut Gallery, Uwu. If you're interested, look it up on the internet in your own time, Uwu.
しないわよ
Nobody called you out on that one, Yumiko. You did this to yourself. You just outed yourself, Uwu. A denial this unconvincing is a rare thing in its own right, Uwu.
ねえねえさっきから昨日の夜とか約束って何かあったの
It'd take a while to explain it in full, Uwu, but I'm sure a wise young woman like yourself would already have a rough idea of what occurred, right, Uwu?
えああそうねそんなの私なんだから当然よ
You are so full of it, Michiru, Uwu.
扱いやすさすがみちる様ですそう私ってすごい
Oh my god, don't inflate her ego anymore, Uwu.
はい悪い意味で
Oh, in a bad way. Okay, that's better, Uwu.
悪い意味でってそれ褒められてる私すごいですから良くも悪くも抜きん出ているという意味にはなると思いますへえそっかまあ嘘は言ってないわよねそうかしらふふ意識しなくてもにじみ出る知性さすが私
Says the one who actively drinks vitamin C in the hopes that it'll make her smarter, Uwu.
確かにみちるのこういうとこってすごいのかもそうかしら
Well, to get back to the point, I can't say I approve of putting on an early morning spanking show in the classroom, Uwu.
じゃあ夜に電気消してなら問題ないのよ
Oh my god, Makina, please! Makina, why? Your choice of lighting isn't the problem here.
第一学校で堂々とやるようなことじゃないでしょ
She wanna be a smart fella. Actually, depending on the scenario.
話がややこしくなるからそういう解釈はなしの方向で
Wow, Mane. Rude. Understood.
というわけで今後はその遊び禁止
理解はしたけど納得はしてない恋する乙女のように複雑な心境なのよさ
さっちゃんもお尻ペンペンはこれでおしまいにしてねはいわかりました
As Amane drags Makina away by the scruff of her neck, Sachi heads obediently back to her seat, a satisfied expression on her face. Makina's clearly responsible for turning her spanking into some kind of public humiliation show, but I'm pretty sure Sachi was the one who brought up the topic in the first place. Dutifully remembering a favor that otherwise might well have been forgotten, she proactively carried it out with genuine enthusiasm. On the abstract level, Sachi sounds like a model class representative, but when you consider the specific details, it's hard to shake the feeling that something stranger is lurking behind her behavior. Might be worth seeing what the higher-ups have to say about this. After polishing off my simple lunch of homemade rice balls, I head to the principal's office. Having a productive day? Did your wagashi cakes complement the tea?
今日は洋菓子の日よ
Since she answered my valiant attempt at small talk with a smile, Chizuru seems to be reasonably receptive to my sudden visit.
それで用事は何まさか嫌味を言いにここまで来たわけじゃないんでしょ
Wow! She's so conditioned to automatically say something similar to that. Right, I've got a question for you as the principal of this academy, Chizuru.
何かしら
I want to ask you something about our class representative, Komine Sachi, that is.
目的は分かったけれど小峰さんっていうのはちょっと意外ね
What's that supposed to mean?
対はないわよただの感想だから
Uh-huh. Alright then.
で、どうして急に小峰さんのことを？
We had a bit of an incident yesterday. Sachi stayed in a hot bath long enough that she actually fainted. And that was instigated by nothing more than an offhand comment from Makina about counting to 10,000 in the bath.
そう。
You don't seem particularly surprised. Is this sort of a behavior or recent development, or have you seen something of the sort before?
そうね。最終的には何ともなかったけど、ヒヤリとさせられたことなら何度かあるわね。
Damn.
一番びっくりしたのは、期末の大掃除の時にロープ一本で校舎の外壁を掃除し始めた時かしら。
What the hell, Sachi? Come to think of it, I remember someone telling me about that one. Nothing serious came of that?
ええ、そこは業者の人にやってもらうから大丈夫って叫んだら、すぐに校舎の中に戻ってくれたわよ。
I see. Despite all the strange ideas she gets in her head, it does seem that Sachi consistently listens to reason. That's a silver lining, to be sure. Thank you for the hydrate.
私からそれを聞いたあなたはどうするつもりなの？
At the moment, I don't intend to do anything in particular. If anything, I suppose my short-term objective was to just confirm how much the principal of this school really knows about her pupils.
なるほどね。でも、その点については心配しなくてもいいと思うわよ。
I don't?
ええ。仕事で一度顔を合わせただけだった私があなたに連絡を取れたということがその証明にはならないかしら。
Alright, Lumi, don't worry about it. True enough. Somehow or other, the woman I'm speaking with has been entrusted with control of Mihama Academy as an organization. I suppose it's only natural that she be thoroughly familiar with the quirks of the handful of students under her supervision.
これで私への疑いは晴れたかしら。
Yeah, I've once again realized that you're a fine woman.
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいわね。
Smoothly switching her crossed legs, Chizuru offers me a prototypical composed older woman smile.
ただ、こうしてわざわざ聞きに来てくれたわけだし、あなたが小峰さんについて知りたいというなら、私が持っている範囲の情報を開示してもいいわよ。
Oh boy. No, that won't be necessary.
どうして？彼女のことをもっと知っていれば、今後の学生生活もやりやすくなるんじゃない？
I mean, she's not wrong. Probably true, but this isn't a job, and I don't have any pressing need to know. And there aren't many people who go asking a teacher for information on a classmate, are there?
クラスメートね。
Look, it still feels kind of awkward, but I'm making a conscious effort to talk about these things like a normal student. Try not to laugh.
そうね。ごめんなさい。でも、そうやって自分に言い聞かせていくのは悪いことじゃないと思うわよ。
I hope you're right. In between stretches of peace, I plunge into the extraordinary... Oh wait, that's not a comma, that's a period. Ahem. In between stretches of peace, I plunge into the extraordinary. In between periods where I devote my attention to my part-time job, I return to the ordinary. As that ratio has slowly shifted, I've developed a persistent nagging discomfort with myself. And there's a part of me that doesn't even want that to change. A part of me that's uneasy about getting too used to this.
もう一度言うけれど、この学園の生徒となったあなたに私から望むことはありません。あなたの好きなように思うままに学生生活を満喫してもらえれば満足よ。
If you actually mean that, you've got a... Words! If you actually mean that, you've got pretty eccentric taste in entertainment.
あなたも私くらいの年になればわかると思うけど、ある程度の地位とお金が手に入ると新しい息抜きを見つけるのも大変なのよ。
Judging from the steadily increasing quantity of knickknacks in this office, I guess I can believe it.
そこまで増えてはいないと思うわよ。
The callouts. Even as she speaks, the principal stealthily palms a few desk toys and drops them into a drawer. This instinctive sneakiness might have something to do with how she clawed her way up the ladder. Alright, I think it's about time I headed back.
風見くんも休みの時間を有効に使ってね。
I've already eaten lunch if that's what you're worried about.
休み時間に限ったことじゃなくて、本当に自由な時間の話。
What's that supposed to mean?
私だけじゃなく、息抜きは誰にでも必要ってことよ。
The principal winks suggestively as she speaks. Unfortunately, I don't quite follow. What does a woman want me to do? True enough. In that case, I'll kill some time trying to guess your age, Chizuru.
きっとあなたが思っているより若いわよ。私。
I retract any previous compliments I may have given you. Oh my god. When I return to the classroom, Sachi's eating her lunch by herself. For once, she's actually spread out a proper lunchbox, a rare sight indeed. From what I've seen, Sachi almost always goes for light, efficient meals. A lunchbox today, huh?
はい、朝ごはんのおかずが少し余ってしまったので、無駄にならないようにと。
I see. For a leftovers lunch, it's a pretty decent spread. At a glance, she's got an omelet with Vienna sausages, mini tomatoes, and broccoli. A colorful and well-balanced assortment. Oh my gosh. Doesn't exactly have the master housewife impression of an Amane meal, but it's fair to call it a nicely made lunch. You did cook at Michiru's request the other day, come to think of it. Are you actually something of a chef?
いえ、天音さんの腕前には遠く及びませんし、お手本を見ながらならなんとかというレベルです。
As if to demonstrate, Sachi pulls a cookbook out of her desk and flips it open to a photograph of an omelet. It's strikingly similar to the one in her lunch. No need to be modest. Making it look exactly like the book is impressive in its own right.
ありがとうございます。それで、楽器室にある天音さんが使ったフルートをこっそり吹いてしまった疑惑は晴れましたか？
What?
男子学生が先生と1対1で話をするときは、そういう話をしているものなのでは？
What the heck, Sachi? What is with you, Sachi? Her thoughts always run off in these unique directions.
複雑な評価です。
In the first place, why would I be after Amane's spit? Well, this just got awkward. Once the conversation comes to a pause, Sachi smoothly returns to her lunch, carrying food to her mouth with the regular rhythm of a workman on an assembly line. As I'm watching her oddly mechanical behavior, the principal's words flit across my mind. Hey, Sachi.
はい、なんだろ
First of all, you can chew and swallow what you've got in your mouth before trying to talk.
う。わかりました。
Oh my gosh. With a small nod, Sachi wholeheartedly devotes her attention to mastication for a few moments.
お待たせしました。それで、風見さんが先ほど言いかけたことは。
Yeah, I was wondering if you have some sort of regular method of letting off steam, you know, managing your stress.
ストレス発散方法ですか。そういうお話なら、私はあまり参考にならないと思います。
Why not?
私はこの学園にいる間はストレスを感じたことがありませんから。
Oh, you have an ad break popping up here shortly. Let me see how much time we have left. Now we have about like 45 seconds. That's honestly pretty hard to swallow, but judging from Sachi's expression, I don't think she's outright lying to me. They do say that in America, where they don't really have the concept of stiff shoulders, Nobody complains of the symptoms. Maybe this is a similar case.
ですからそういった質問はみちる様にしてみるのがいいと思いますよ。
So what? Does Michiru have some daily stress relief method?
そうだと思います。例えばこの前なんかは
サチ
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and stop here and pop on over to our BRB screen since our ad break is starting here shortly. I do run 3-minute ads per hour to ensure that pre-rolls do not happen when people join the channel. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 3 to 4 minute break and get up and stretch, hydrate, do whatever it is that you need to do for your self-care. And remember, take your medications, everyone. But yes, we're gonna go ahead and pop on over here. Gonna put some words on stream up, and I will see you all once the ad break is done.
Lady of the Drow rated your channel with 5 viewers.
What in the world did I come back to? Oh my god. Lady, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I was not expecting that while ad break was running. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who do not know me, my name is Mandels. I'm a member of the Everbright Global Gaming Stream team. I'm a variety streamer and a VTuber. We are doing our subpart narration Tuesday on Fruit of Grisaia and going through Sachi's route currently through the visual novel. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, lady. How was your stream? And thank you so much for the 25.3 sub. I appreciate it. But welcome in, everyone. Whew. What were we playing today? Urbo. What's Urbo? I'm curious. What's Urbo about? Is it like a horror game or something, or? Oh, it's a Matry city builder puzzle game. Interesting. I think it's safe to say I can go ahead and unmute the desktop audio. Thank you so much for the raid, lady, and trusting your community with me. I hope your stream went well. Alright, let me go ahead and turn autopilot off. Something chill to warm back up with. I need something more horror for next game. Oh my goodness. But yes, if you do need a raid and run, I understand post-stream self-care is absolutely important. I have no idea how long you were going for. Take care of yourself. Alright, gonna pop on over, back on over here. I find it funny how I put Hololive Error on my list of games to play this week. And then I wake up this morning to learn that one of my favorite Hololive VTubers from Gen 2 is graduating on the 28th of August. To work with me, you need to gather fixings for work food, even if appetite has been something. Oh, it's been like up and down constantly for you recently, or? Well, either way, I hope you have a good day at work. Like I said, thank you again for that raid and trusting your community with me. I do appreciate it. Okay, now we can go ahead and jump back into this. Yeah. This has been an interesting route so far.
とりあえず声出さずに私の部屋までついてきて。よし、ひとまず誰にも気づかれなかったわね。
Man, I just realized I have a cute transition on this one. It's in the shape of hearts. That'd be cute for a transition for overlays on stream. Man.
いきなり引っ張ってきちゃって悪いわね、サチ。ん？なんで何も喋らないの？宗教的なやつ？
I mean, you did say mum was the word and you said it in that sentence, so she's probably staying quiet.
じゃあ何？ってそっか、声はもう出していいわよ。
わかりました。
やっぱりね。
それで私に何かご用でしょうか？
ああ、うん。その手頃な大きさのぬいぐるみを持ってたら私に譲ってほしいのよ。
種別の指定がないのでしたらいくつかは持っていますが。
さすがサチ。じゃああんたのチョイスで一つ選んできてちょうだい。
わかりました。私的には このうさぎさんのぬいぐるみがおすすめなのですが。
I'm not sure where this is going right now.
かわいい感じね。それからサインペンとか持ってない？
はい、こちらに。
ありがとう。で、このぬいぐるみの額にこうゆうじーって書けば完成。
Michiru, what in the hell are you doing right now?
なるほど、それを風見さんだと思って抱きしめ、偽りのぬくもりに身を任せるんですね。
違うわよ。これはそう、サンドバッグなんだから。
A sandbag, huh?
サンドバッグですか？
そうよ。このぬいぐるみを有事に見立てて、いつでも急所を狙えるように練習しておくの。ストレス発散も兼ねてね。
I swear, Michiru has problems. Oh my god, this girl, I swear.
ぬえい、うえいうえい。
そうですか。ということがありました。
The hell's wrong with that bottle blonde?
よければお揃いのぬいぐるみをお譲りしましょうか？
No, that won't be necessary.
そうですか。
Although it's a little sad to say this myself, dropping a fancy stuffed animal in the middle of that dreary room of mine would be painfully awkward. And the idea of having a matching set of anything with Michiru is somehow even less appealing. Anyway, something came to mind while I was listening to all of this. If you really don't relax, what do you do with your free time?
私は基本的に空いた時間というものを作らないようにしています。
In other words, you're like a shark, always moving even when at rest?
いえ、休息するときは普通にベッドで休みますし、口で説明するよりは実際に見てもらった方がわかりやすいと思います。
Well, probably so.
風見さんさえよろしければ今日にでもお見せできますけど。
So what? You telling me to follow you around from morning to night?
それか授業が終わってから就寝するまでの時間でしょうか。
From what I understand, Sachi's proposal isn't problematic in terms of the school's rules, but I'm a little hesitant to peep into her private life out of mere curiosity.
私は気にしませんよ。
Read my mind, huh? Alright, how about after class ends tomorrow?
はい、それでは私も明日は体をきれいにしてお待ちしていますね。
The way she sounds when she says these things. What are you preparing for exactly? That's what I want to know. Thoroughly cleaning? What? After school tomorrow, huh? Things have taken a somewhat strange turn, but I can't deny I've gotten slightly curious about Sachi's way of life. It'd be an interesting experience, if nothing else. A distinctive droning sound strikingly out of place in this quiet coastal town. Guess I've got a visitor. Is it JB? As expected, when I head out to the school gate, a genuine blonde emerges from the interior of her prancing horse.
Hi, Yuji.
Of course.
Joshi wa
Of course it would be you. Not bad as of 3 minutes ago. Unfortunately, my mood just now took a nosedive.
何よ、海外しく会いに来た女に対して最初に言うセリフがそれ？
If I was really dealing with a woman, maybe I'd be a little more careful with my words. But I was taught to be frank and to the point with my superiors.
相変わらず冗談が通じないわね。
It's your fault for putting on that ridiculous marble-mouthed airhead act in the first place.
まあ、あなたがこういう女が苦手だってことは知ってるけどね。
Which makes the way you always pretend to be one downright sadistic. So what's with the sudden visit? Some urgent business come up?
いいえ、今日は風見雄二の保護者としてちょっと経過観察にね。
What, work not keeping you busy these days?
言ってみればこれも仕事のうちよ。
Is it though? Is it? Fine, we'll leave it at that.
それで何か困っていることはない？設備やお金、それから クラスメートの女の子には相談できないようなこととか。
The hell? What if I tell you I can't control my... What if I tell you I can't control my libido anymore? You gonna take care of that for me?
そういう気持ちが起こらなくなるくらい仕事を振らせてもらうわ。
Ay, ay, ay. Sorry, my bad.
そうそう。お姉さんの質問には最初から真面目に答えておくものよ。
I'll see what I can do.
それで、本当のところはどう？
Seriously, I've got exactly no problems worth mentioning. This place is almost comically well equipped, and my allowance is more than enough for my everyday needs.
そう。それならよかったわ。
You satisfied now?
まあ、あなたの方から連絡がない限り心配ないとは思っているけどね。
Yeah, that's right.
じゃあ、それとは別に何か気になっていることはない？
No, there's nothing else we want to talk about. What's anything else supposed to mean?
例えば、近所の犬が行方不明になったとか、クラスメートの中に気になる子がいるとかね。
Oh boy. Sorry, but what do you care?
難しく考えなくてもいいわよ。本当にただ気になっているってだけでいいから。
After all these years, JB probably knows me better than anyone else alive. I don't think she'd ask me this question for no reason whatsoever. Alright, then let me ask your opinion on something.
言ってみて。
What would you think about someone who's never refused anyone's orders even once? Or turned down a request for that matter?
それはそういうプレイのお話？
One moment, my commands are still not working. Alright, there we go. No, we are not. I'm asking for your thoughts as my superior on this one.
そうね。
JB slowly brings her hand to her chin. In the next instant, her eyes grow sharp and serious. It's a familiar sight. I guess you could call it her business face. When JB switches into work mode, she has a habit of putting that expression on like a suit of armor.
もしそういう人間がいたら、真っ先に訓練の線を疑うわね。
Thought as much. There's more. The person in question doesn't seem to experience any stress in their daily life.
それが本当だとしたら、全くもって羨ましい話ね。
That's very enviable. My god. I'm with you there.
ただ、ストレスは本人の自覚がないところでも蓄積されていくから、本人が気づいていないだけという場合も十分あり得るわ。人が頭をかく仕草一つとってもストレスの一部なんだもの。
Exactly. So what happens when that builds up without the person in question even noticing it? I guess you could say I'm slightly concerned.
そう。
With that non-committal response as a line of demarcation, Baby relaxes her face and lets the tension drain out of her body.
保護者の義務としてこの学園のことは簡単に調べさせてもらったけど、やっぱり有事の興味を引くような学生さんがいるみたいね。
Yeah. When I get a nagging sense of concern like this, it's almost never just me overthinking things. I've got good instincts, if nothing else. That was the reason I confirmed my impressions with Chizuru as well. If I'm not wrong about this, then...
でも、少し安心したわ。
What is?
有事からそういう質問が出てきたことに対してよ。
I just tried to give you what you wanted to hear.
だとしても、これまでのあなただったら、そんなものはない。って即答していたはずよ。
If that was supposed to be an imitation of me, I'd recommend giving up on your dream of becoming a comedian after retirement.
ご忠告ありがとう。でも、有事くらいの年頃の男の子だったら、おしゃれや女の子に興味があって当然よ。それなのに、あなたが私に聞いてくるのは、いつも火薬臭いことばかりなんだもの。
I mean, maybe if we weren't dropped into a school of questionable things and questionable people, we probably would not be asking these questions because these people would be considered normal, but they're not. They all clearly have a tragic past. Like, what else do you expect? Can't deny it.
でしょ？だからきっと これはいい傾向よ。じゃあ定期面談はこれで終わり。しばらくしたらまた顔を出すわ。
Do me a favor and give a little advance warning next time. It's bad for my heart to have beautiful women popping up out of nowhere.
ドキドキ感があった方が嬉しいでしょ。
That was a quick visit. Working, JD slides her sunglasses back into place. With smooth, practiced movements of her hands, she steers the prancing horse away from the school. In the blink of an eye, it's disappeared into the distance. That engine never gets any less obnoxious. Out of consideration for our neighbors, maybe I should stuff some potatoes into the muffler next time I have the chance. Oh my god. In any case, JB has a point. If I was still the same person who'd impassively devoted himself to the job, I wouldn't have developed this kind of an interest in Sachi's personal life. Quite the opposite. I'd be keeping potential trouble at arm's length. Thank you for the relurk, atypical. Of course, in this case of my dormmate's problems might have repercussions for me, but there's definitely a part of this that can't be explained by simple self-interest. Apparently, this change in my thinking is dramatic enough to take even JB by surprise. In that sense, I guess the first problem is that I can't even tell why I'm changing. Mashing students of different school years into a single classroom and giving them an identical course of instruction is typically referred to as a combined class system. It's most frequently used in rural elementary schools, where low population and limited resources sometimes make it an unavoidable cost-saving measure.
じゃあこの問題は榊さん、あなたが解いてみて。
はい。
I guess Mihama might be called an unusual variation on that system. Amane is a year ahead of me, Sachi and Makina a year below, but we're all currently being taught how to solve quadratic functions by factorization. Of course, even in rural areas, they don't tend to squash 3 years into one. You usually have to go to South Korea to see anything like this.
それじゃあ小峰さん、ちょっと難しいけど次の問題を解いてみて。
x かっこ 3x-1 だと思います。
正解。さすが小峰さん、しっかり勉強しているわね。
Math has never been my forte, and same thing with quadratic functions like this.
あり
Never,
がとうございま
nope.
す。
小峰さんなら国立大学の入試問題でも普通に答えてしまいそうね。
Taking in Sachi's effortless response out of the corner of her eye, Sakaki mumbles words of admiration.
私また気づいちゃったかも。
なに？ツンデレ練習機の電源でも入れっぱなしだった？
違うわよ。もし本当にそんな機械あったら買ってるけど。
買うのかよ。
Okay, so what did you realize?
もしかしたらサチって先生に当てられて答えられなかったこともないんじゃない？
Don't tell me she's under the impression that she's a robot.
そう言われればそうなのよさ。
As of 2 days ago, I probably would have reacted with skepticism at this point, but after what I've learned about Sachi lately, this seems all too plausible.
ってことはまさかテストの点も全部満点だったり？
いえ、前回のテストもそうなのですが、100点以外の点も取っています。
それ見たことか。ここにサチの腐敗神話破れたり。
なんであなたが得意げなのよ。
ごめん、なんとなく。
確かに全部というわけじゃないけれど、小峰さんの場合はケアレスミスがほとんどで常に満点に近い数字よ。
すごっ。調子に乗ってすみませんでした。
Are you though, Michiru? Are you?
なんで謝られているんでしょう、私。
察してあげるのよ。相手の遺伝子が自分より優れていると悟った時の本能的行動なのよさ。
そうなんだ。
でも私的にはちょっと残念かも。
What, that Sachi's grades aren't always perfect?
そう、ここまで来たらどこまでもっていうか、こうサチにはずっと汚れのないままでいてほしかったのよね。
An eternal beacon of untouched purity, huh?
例えおかしいし。なんだかよくわからないですけど、ごめんなさい。別に謝らなくてもいいってば。全部が満点じゃなくても私には到底真似できないことなんだから。
From a common sense perspective, it seems completely obvious. No matter how much of a genius you are, how much time you spent practicing, it's different for any human being to maintain absolute perfection. That said, in Sachi's case, I have this odd feeling that she's only missing questions because nobody's asked her to get perfect scores constantly yet. Am I just overestimating her?
でもユミコも言ってたけど、サチならどんな問題でも答えられちゃいそうな気がするのよね。
実際当てられた問題に必ず答えてる記録は継続中なんじゃないかしら。
この学園に来てからということならそうなると思います。だったら余計にどこまで難しい問題なら答えられるかって気にならない？
Well, I can more or less identify with the sentiment. The girl's a curious specimen, to be sure.
じゃあ実際に試してみればいいんじゃね？
そうよね。でもさ、さっちゃんが答えられないような問題を出すんだったら、少なくともさっちゃんより頭のいい人じゃないとダメじゃない？絶対答えられない問題じゃ意味ないだろうし。
I would give Michiru a try for real. Hi, Ulo. How are you?
それならお兄ちゃんが適任だな。
ああ、そっか。ユージって仏頂面のくせに頭はいいしね。
For the record, a sourpuss face has absolutely no relevance to academic results.
そうね。ユージの手を借りるのはちょっと尺だけど、あとは任せたわ。
I mean, it does, yeah. Sorry, what's that supposed to mean?
つまりあんたはサチの解けなさそうな問題を出す係に任命されたのよ。
I guess I don't mind giving her a test, but shouldn't you be asking for her consent before appointing anybody?
それなら私は大丈夫ですよ。
Do her bidding, Yuji. She's too stupid to do her own bidding. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I'm sure she's smart in other areas, just, no, this isn't necessarily her strong suit. Well, I did pretty much expect an answer along those lines, but still.
というわけでレポートよろしく。私たちも手伝えることがあったら手伝うしね。
もちろんなのよさ。
How you doing today, Ulo? Alright, I guess. Since a consensus seems to have emerged, I suppose I'll go along with it. No need to struggle against the current.
そろそろ授業を進めさせてもらっても。
You're not what?
いいえ。
Maybe I shouldn't be saying this to your face, Sachi, but you're seriously a soft touch. There's such a thing as being too cooperative.
そうでしょうか。
Assigned a strange new responsibility by the whims of my capricious classmates. I'm holding an impromptu rooftop meeting with Sachi to discuss the specifics. I mean, I'm trying to hold out on just some hope that maybe she is. I don't know. Yes, you just committed yourself to an academic stress test with no real point beyond satisfying our classmates' curiosity, if you hadn't noticed.
確かにそうですね。
Although Sachi obediently accepts my words on a superficial level, she doesn't really seem to recognize the situation as inconvenient. Well, if this doesn't bother you, I won't say you were wrong to accept.
その点は大丈夫です。むしろ 私みたいなメス奴隷に興味を持っていただけるのは嬉しいことだと思います。
A slatternly slave? Really? Where did you pick up that phrase?
コンビニエンスストアの雑誌売り場で一番端に並んでいた本の表紙に書いてありました。
Ah, I see. I vaguely suspected as much for a while now, but it seems you're a member in good standing of the masochist community, Sachi.
自分で意識したことはないのですが、風見さんがそう感じられたのならそうなんだと思います。
I mean, she does have masochistic tendencies. I mean, look at how much she actually listens to people and can't say no to anything.
それにもし私が M だとしたらド S の風見さんと相性はバッチリなはずです。
Okay, so now Yuji's a super statist. Alright. When did I get promoted to super statist exactly?
いつでしょう。
Now I'm collapsed in my chair, watching a girl with pink pigtails play a lurid game about an international assassin boinking over and down girl students who are totally 18, right? I should not go lie down until my gator is chilled enough to drink and help with my overeating. Do you not have like an AC or anything running for you, Ulo? And I hope it chills down enough. Did you put it in the freezer or did you put it in the fridge? When Sachi gets like this, it really does feel like you're talking to an enigmatic maid with a deadpan sense of humor. But now that I think about it, that impression is probably misleading. Okay, good. The girl's defining characteristics are her earnest personality and impressive range of skills. She accepts nearly every request that comes her way. She's an excellent student, and from what I've seen, she's respectably athletic as well. In a way, she's less a maid and more the ideal personification of an honor student. But she takes it to such an extreme that it's hard to keep yourself from thinking she might be too good to be true.
そんな風に上から下まで舐め回すような視線を向けられてしまうと
Oh my
私
god.
困ってしまいます。
Sorry, can I smack you after all?
その場合、いや、このけだもの
Oh,
暴れ
gotcha.
た方が風見さんはお好みでしょうか。
Okay, I think a firm press of the reset button is called for at this point. Let's get back on topic, Sachi.
はい、どうぞ。
There's a couple of things I want to ask about before planning out this little experiment. You take any specific measures to prepare for teachers asking you to solve a problem in class?
そうですね。授業はテストと違って教科書の問題をそのまま出される場合がほとんどですから、一通り予習をしておけば大体のことは答えられます。
Certainly true, but studying until you can solve every single problem in the upcoming material usually requires an impractical amount of time and effort. I mean, you missed the scene where after Sachi passed out in the bath. You missed the scene where the next day they were in class and Makina was receiving a public spanking by Sachi. Because the night before when all that happened, Makina was just like, yeah, you can spank me as my punishment. And they came up with this like whole like role-playing aspect of it in the middle of the classroom. They essentially took on the role of a couple that had been living together for upwards of a year. The sex wasn't that great, so they got into soft S&M. Hence, you know, the spanking in the middle of the classroom. Although she's clearly devoted as well, Sachi must naturally be something of a quick learner. Alright then, what would you do in a situation where you absolutely need someone else's cooperation to fulfill a request?
それは榊さんとみちる様の喧嘩を止めろというような場合でしょうか。
Right, with a mission like that, don't you run into a dead end if they just refuse to listen?
そういった場合は許される範囲内で別のやり方を考えますが、
頼まれた内容や状況によっても変わってくるので、一概にこうというのは難しいかもしれません。
I see. Don't really tend to think of Sachi as a flexible thinker, but it seems she does consider her challenges on a case-by-case basis.
それより風見さん、今日は私の部屋に遊びに来られるということでいいんですよね。
Yeah, that was the plan, unless there's a problem on your end.
わかりました。では、また放課後に。
Damn it, Ulo! Right. In any case, today I'm going to be directly observing Sachi's private life. That may well provide me with some insight into what makes this distinctly unusual human being tick.
時間ね。それじゃあ今日の授業はこれで終わりになるけど、明日は終業式だから、みんな遅刻しないようにね。
サチあんた今日は何か予定あるの？
Yep, this is Sachi's route.
風見さんに私のすべてをお見せしようと
And now
思ってい
Michiru's
ます
gonna
け
take
ど。
this line out of context. Oh, all three of them are. All of a sudden, 3 of my classmates spring to their feet as one. What, was there a tremor? Can't say I noticed.
地震じゃなくてサチの発言に驚いたのよ。
私ですか？
だって全てを見せるって言ったらねえ浜根さん。
I have no words for this right now.
その男女の関係っていうかねえ榊さん。
まあ不純異性行為だと言われても仕方ないわね。
I see. The precise nature of your collective delusion is now clear to me. But to be perfectly clear, that's not what Sachi meant just now.
はい、私はただこの体が風見さんのストレスのはけ口になれ
That's
ば。
not helping either, Sachi. What the fuck?
ストレスのはけ口。
やっぱりか。
最低ね。
Oh my god. The chorus draws a few steps away from me and begins to discuss something in venomous whispers, shooting me scornful glances out of the corner of their eyes. Sorry, Sachi, but please keep your mouth shut until I'm done explaining. Listen up, alright? I'm just dropping by Sachi's room for a visit. That's the full extent of the plans she's talking about.
なんでそんなことになったのよ。
Your looks didn't hook me, but your completely inappropriate and sarcastic sense of humor is delightful. Apparently, Sachi doesn't believe in giving herself free time. I was kind of dubious, so she volunteered to demonstrate directly what she means.
なんだ、そういうことか。
Once I provide a brief explanation of the circumstances, my 3 interrogators cooled down surprisingly easily. Amane's tone suggests she's all but lost interest. Not that I'm complaining, but you're strangely understanding.
だってそれ、私たちも見せてもらったことがあるから。
She has?
まあ考えることはみんな同じっていうか、私たちもあんたと同じことが気になったわけ。
So, what's going on behind that curtain?
それは自分の目で確かめた方がいいわ。きっと口で説明されても納得できないと思うから。
In other words, their own version of this field trip must have left a decidedly ambiguous impression.
一応言っておくけど、女の子の部屋では紳士的にね。
Yeah, I'll make a conscious effort not to disrupt Sachi's private life any more than necessary.
そういう意味じゃないんだけどね。
Sakaki heaves a small sigh. Makina, who's shown absolutely no interest in the conversation until this point, promptly slides over and yanks on her sleeve.
安心したか？
何が？
Alright then, would meeting at the lobby in an hour or so work for you?
ろしくお願いします。
ま、勝手にやったらいいわよ。私には全然関係ないんだから。
Couldn't care less, but you were so quick to judge. Make that one make sense, Michiru. Speaking of, is she just following him around the school now at this point and heading back to the dorm? The gremlin face she's making right now. Considering how little you supposedly care, I find it slightly odd that you've been tailing me since I left the classroom.
別に尾行なんてしてないわよ。私の視線の先にたまたまあんたがいるだけっていうか、私の部屋にも遊びに来なさいよね。
And there she goes. Probably just wanted to say that last bit from the very beginning. The tsundere's lot is not a happy one. You really like Michiru's gremlin face, don't you, Ulo?
ねえ、あまねえ、サチンはさっきから何をバタバタやってるのよ。
女の子かな。
なぞなぞか？あまねえのくせに生意気な。
You know, when I read the second half of this, I almost thought Makina said getting pretty big for your bitches these days.
生意気じゃない。てか、あんた時々忘れるけど、私の方が年上なんだからね。
They're all nuts, but Michiru is really open about it? Okay, that's true. Alright, you ready?
はい、それでは早速私の部屋にご案内しますね。どうぞ中に入ってください。
Mani was just to graduate to men in her britches. Yeah. The first thing that catches my eye is a large locker, similar to the one Sachi uses as a storehouse in the classroom. It's also the only thing that catches my eye. There's not much else in the way of distinctive personal touches in here. Minimalist, if you put it nicely. Plain, if you don't. But personally, I'm just grateful it isn't some frilly abomination full of stuffed animals and overpowering scented candles. Okay, I don't have anything like that's considered a frilly abomination, but I do have some scented candles in my room. But they're not... They have covers on them, so you don't get like the freaking... You don't get lambasted by like a huge like waft of air and scented candles heading your way. It contains her spiked dog collar.
ぬいぐるみならいくつかロッカーの中にありますよ。
You literally can't see the frilly abominations because the stuffed animals are in the way. You might think I'd actually asked.
ちなみに私の部屋に男の人が入るのは初めてです。
That a fact? Come to think of it, I haven't even poked my head in Sachi's room before.
つまり風見さんが初めての人ということになりますね。
Try not to put it like that where other people can hear you. Michiru and company would misunderstand again. Understandably in this case.
そうですね。気をつけます。
So, once you're back in your room, what's the first order of business normally?
それは風見さんと同じ。
Right, let me rephrase that. The first order of business after you change out of your uniform.
腕を上げましたね、風見さん。
At what? Also, couldn't you have gotten changed before I came over?
それが今日はお掃除をしていたので。
Why did you have to do that today in particular?
そういえばなぜでしょう。
If you don't know the answer, I doubt anyone else will.
次に夕飯の支度時間まで勉強をします。
After changing into her casual clothes, if the term can even apply to a maid uniform, in the back, Sachi begins to unpack a range of study materials from her school bag. What, Ula? What? Alright, don't worry about me. Go right ahead like you always do.
わかりました。
With that concise answer, Sachi promptly heads over to her desk.
まずは。
After carefully spreading out her notes in a few textbooks, Sachi begins solving problems at a steady pace. In no time at all, she is absorbed in the task at hand. Even watching from behind, her concentration is almost startling. And you're enjoying her incredible lack of shame? I mean, that's understandable in all honesty, it really is. You don't come across people like this very often, where they take anything that you say to them at a literal face, like at a literal value, and will go along with it. And Sachi just feels like an entirely different breed of human being, if I have to be so honest. First of all, she goes over the problems we reviewed today a second time. When that's done, she moves methodically through everything we might possibly cover in the next class. She's like this enigma, is the best way to describe it. Even as she jumps to new material in different subjects, her pen never stops its regular mechanical motion across her notebook paper. If nothing else, it's quite a display of academic prowess. You study this much every day?
はい。
Yes, but at the same time, she's very clearly much smarter than everyone around her and is being difficult deliberately.
言われてきましたから。
Yeah. I wonder if, like, the reason why she is the way that she is, it ties into her past. I hope we can get to that soon, because I want to know more about her. Because they don't really touch on it in the anime that much, if at all. That's your reason?
そうですけど、どこか変でしょうか。
No, strange would be an overstatement. Although personally speaking, it seems way too weak of motivation to inspire this kind of effort.
これで今日の勉強は終わりです。
Getting up from her seat without even pausing to stretch, Sachi immediately begins to pack away her books and study aids. Next up would be preparing dinner then? It really did. I feel like the anime touched more on, like... I feel like in a way from, like, what I can remember, I think it like touched more on, like, Michiru's story. And also with Yumiko's in a way too, since you know, everything that happened. They touched on Amane's as well, but I don't know, I just feel like they took away from some characters and put more into the other ones. And it felt butchered. It felt rushed in some ways. But being able to read the visual novel like this, oh my god. It's like each girl has a tragic backstory. You just want to freaking hug them and give them head pats. I can't tell if she's actually would be happy to get physical flirting or just enjoying that Yuji will do absolutely anything to avoid that interpretation. Don't give me that utterly astounded face. You told me your schedule before, remember?
そういえばそうでした。目から鱗です。
Been a while since I heard that catchphrase. Anyway, while you're eating dinner, I guess I should...
もしよければ、風見さんも一緒に食べていきますか？
Hey Jack, how are you? That really alright with you?
はい。皆さんが見に来られた時もそうしていましたし、その方が手間も省けると思うのですが、ダメでしょうか？
No, I don't have any reason to refuse. I'll take you up on that.
ありがとうございます。
I watch idly as Sachi trots off toward the kitchen to prepare the meal. Just now, her smile seemed unusually happy. Was it just my imagination? No, it's because you're there. Hello? What kind of song is this? Cut your carrots, not your bunions. Save your marriage, peel his onions. What? Huh? I'm confused. Maybe. About 10 minutes after Sachi began her preparations, I hear the rhythmical sound of a kitchen knife striking a cutting board. Yeah, I was more or less thinking it might have been one of Makina's creations, but I'm doing okay today, Jack. I'm doing a little better than I have been the last few days. Makina, Mane, and now Sachi are all the girls in this game neurotically manipulative? In some way, shape, or form, I would like to believe so. About 10 minutes after Sachi began her preparations, I hear the rhythmical sound of a kitchen knife striking a cutting board. Within a few moments, she accompanies the steady percussion with a bizarre song, almost certainly another of Makina's compositions. Speaking of Makina! Up to this point, I can't deny she's given herself exactly nothing in the way of legitimate free time. Frankly, her constant motion and eager devotion to her tasks aren't particularly different from what I normally see out of her in school. From the smell of things, it's curry, huh?
ご明察です。それに、風見さんはカレーがお好きでしたよね。
Japanese curry is so good. Yeah. Curry was downright treasured at my old school. It's filling, nutritious, and tends to taste decent no matter who makes it. And apart from the practical appeal, it does fall into the category of food I personally prefer. But have I ever declared myself a curry fanatic in front of Sachi? I'm not the sort of enthusiastic gourmand who makes a habit of advertising his taste.
どうかしましたか?
For all that Sachi is clearly smarter than the others, Makina is still the most devious manipulator? Yes! Yes, she is! And you know what? I love the fuck out of her for it, too. It makes for very funny moments and some very serious moments, too. It just really depends on the situation. No, it's nothing. Well, there's no need to think too hard about something that trivial.
ちなみに風見さんは隠し味にヨーグルトを入れても平気な方ですか?
That's fine. I'm not what you would call a picky eater anyway. As a rule, I eat whatever's put on my plate.
尋ねる前からそんな気はしていたのですが、それだと天音さんもやりやすいかもしれませんね。
Using yogurt for curry, that actually sounds like an interesting take. I assume that it's plain yogurt. Like, I'm sure you can use like plain yogurt or like plain Greek yogurt too, just to kind of give it a little bit of richness. Actually sounds really good. Maybe, but she complains it's less satisfying when there's no challenge.
天音さんらしいですね。
Sachi keeps up the natural flow of conversation without ever losing focus on the work at hand. Considering how busy she keeps herself, I don't really have many opportunities to make small talk with Sachi, so this sort of idle conversation feels a bit novel. Come to think of it, when did you start cooking for yourself, Sachi?
この学園に来てからです。
Out of necessity, in other words?
はい、それまではおばさんがご飯を作ってくれていましたから。
You use yogurt all the time in korma? I've never had korma before. Auntie, huh? First I've heard of her, but grilling Sachi about her family would probably fall on the tactless side of things. Not that long then. Seems like you're quick on the uptake.
そうですね。どちらかといえば水なしで薬を飲んだりするのは得意ですよ。
Swallowing pills without water? Oh, that sounds awful. Sure, whatever.
お待たせしました。
It's interesting how Mane and Makina cover up who they are with fake versions of the same personality. It really is, but it also makes sense because of their past. I mean, you have Makina, who was dealing with being in the hospital after her father literally died in front of her after being tied up and being kidnapped. Then you have Amane, who dealt with a very tragic, like, 2 weeks, if not more, of watching her classmates die in front of her and fall into the throes of cannibalism and primal instinct and whatever else that encompassed that entire situation. You can kind of understand in a way because it's just like The way trauma works is that at the age that it happened, sometimes you find yourself like stuck in that instance, like right there. So it kind of forms around your personality. So it kind of makes sense as the reason why they are the way that they are. I swallow pills without water all the time. You get used to it. I can't get used to it. It feels like if I don't swallow my pills with water, it feels like it just sits there. Now you're sad that you missed Amane's backstory? I mean, I do have the VODs up available on YouTube if you want to watch them, but if not... Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. Especially towards the end with like the endings. Oh my god, they're freaking crazy. In the time it takes for our conversation to run off the tracks into total incoherence, the Sachi style curry has reached completion. The curry itself is impressively attractive, and I've got no complaints about the smell either. Or about the smell either. The salad she's added as a sort of garnish appears fresh and appetizing as well, so as a whole there's no reason to hesitate. Alright then, I'm going to get right to it.
どうぞ召し上がってください。
After briefly wringing my hands together for politeness' sake, I scoop up a spoonful of curry and bring it to my mouth. I can summarize my impressions fairly concisely. It's homemade curry. Rather than the spicy variety you might be served at a restaurant, it's mild, soothing comfort food anyone could eat. But having watched Sachi in action, when she says she dry swallows pills, she's telling Yuji she has no gag reflex, knowing he'll completely miss the lurid joke. That is true. Yuji is the type of person who does not pick up on jokes and subtleties like that. But for some reason, Sachi intently watching me eat instead of starting in on her own share. Sachi's intently watching me eat instead of starting in on her own share. I can't read well today. Oh my god. Don't worry. It doesn't seem to be poisoned. Go ahead and eat, Sachi.
はい、そうですね。
Once I point this out to her, Sachi starts to move her spoon as well. Without much in the way of conversation, we quietly carry spoonful after spoonful of curry to our mouths. Among other things, the acidity of the yogurt she added as flavoring tempers the aftertaste nicely, so there's no real need to pause.
風見さん、もう完食です。
Though it seems, before I know it, the reasonably sized helping she did serve me has vanished altogether.
ルーはたくさんあるので、今おかわりをお持ちしますね。
Sorry about that. As Sachi leans forward to take my plate, I reflexively reach out and drop a hand on top of her head. Nice work, Sachi. It's not often that I actually want a second helping. As I lightly ruffle her hair, a visible jolt of surprise runs through Sachi's body. Ah, sorry. Sort of realized I hadn't given you my thoughts or anything. Just a spur-of-the-moment thing.
いえ、少し驚いただけなので。
In that case, mind if I keep this up a little longer? You did ask for more of my praise after all.
驚きました。風見さん、私のお願いを覚えていてくれたんですか?
Alright, we have an ad break here in about a minute and 40 seconds. What, you think I've gone senile or something? Not like it's been long enough for me to forget.
そうですね。
Sachi finally smiles. After a few more gentle strokes, I lower my hand from her head.
ありがとうございます、風見さん。
Well, sure. Although I know it's not much of a reward considering the effort you put into the meal.
いえ、私には十分すぎるくらいです。
Deflecting my words in a light tone of voice, Sachi heads back off toward the kitchen to refill my plate. Guess you could say that's typical of Sachi, but there's such a thing as being too modest.
次は大浴場でお風呂の時間です。
Once the tableware has all been cleaned away, Sachi announces the next stage of her plans, carefully balancing a rubber duck on top of her head. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
風見さんも一緒に入られますか?
Thanks for this. Thanks for the disturbingly casual invitation, but I didn't bring a towel or a change of clothes.
もしよろしければここに男性用の着替えもありますが
She has spare male clothing for just an eventual. I think we're gonna go over to our BRB screen before this ad break starts. Because we got 10 seconds. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pop on over to our BRB screen and take a quick break while ads run through. I do run 3-minute ads per hour to ensure that pre-rolls do not happen when you join the channel. So we're gonna go ahead and pop on over, put some words on stream up. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be back once the ads are done. Alright, we are back. Sorry about that. Well, hi, Nostalgia. Alright, let me go ahead and turn autopilot off. Close out of these. Alright, now. Oh, wait, wrong screen. Wrong screen! Okay, it's fixed now. Now back to our conversation at hand. Come to think of it, you mentioned something about that the day I moved in.
これで障害はなくなりました。
Is it just me, or is there a much bigger obstacle still remaining here, such as, I don't know, common sense? Sorry, but I think I'll pass.
そうですか。
Normally, I wouldn't have a reason to refuse, but in this case, I feel like you need to carefully rethink when and why to make an offer like that.
わかりました。風見さんがそうおっしゃるなら、そうします。
Oh, Joan Rivers. I remember her. Well, at least she listens to reason. Although I'm far from confident she actually understands the underlying problem here.
では、30分ほどで戻りますので、それまで部屋で待っていてください。
You don't mind leaving me in your room alone?
はい。ちなみに私の
I already know where you keep your underwear.
また心を読みましたか？
It's in the top drawer. Not exactly. You told me yourself a few weeks ago, remember?
だとしたら、その時の私は風見さんが部屋に来ることを予見していたんでしょうか？
Are you saying you're psychic there, Sachi? Well, Michiru is a fun one to shrimp over on a video. I suspect in real life Sachi would obsess me quickly. Dang. Hi, I'm Yoren. How are you doing today, friends? How did the rest of League of Legends go for you last night? Ask any question, but I'm really not sure why you're asking me.
では、ひとまず私は
Hold it. Just as Sachi moves to open her door, I reach out and intercept her hand.
やっぱり一緒に入りますか？
It went well, you having a blast? That's good. That's not it. There's someone on the other side of the door. Is it Michiru? Or is it gonna be all four of them? Who do you think it's gonna be, Chad? Is it gonna be all four of the girls? Is it gonna be individually, like either Michiru or Yumiko? Or is it gonna be Michiru, Amane, and Yumiko?
誰か
I love the playfulness and the intelligence. She's running rings around Yuji, and she's got a dirtier mind than Amane. She does, but it's so subtle, it's insane. That said, the only real question is, which of the four stooges couldn't contain their curiosity? Alright, listen up. Count to 3, then throw it open with me.
はい。
3, 2, 1. It was Amane, wasn't it? As expected, our sudden action prompts a distinctly feminine shriek. Oh no, it was Yumiko! I had a feeling it would have been her, considering. Glancing down, I find a dumbfounded Sakaki sprawled out on her backside a few feet away. And what are you doing out here? Your room's on the second floor, isn't it?
別に構わないでしょ。今日はたまたまボイラー室に用事があったの。
Sure. Why is it exactly that my classmates are such uniformly terrible liars? That's nice. By the way, Sachi's just heading off to the grand bath, just in case you were curious.
まさか、あなたも一緒に？
Please, I'm staying here, obviously.
まあ、当たり前ね。
Apparently somewhat relieved by this news, Sakaki lightly brushes her disheveled bangs back into place. Welcome back, Haita.
それより小峰さん、風見くんに変なことを強要されたりしていない？
Why? Oh my god. Y'all got trust issues.
はい。今のところ性的な要求はありません。
Alright, Ula, go get some rest. I hope you feel better soon.
そう。
Convinced now? Surprising as it may seem to you, I'm a gentleman.
そんなことに興味はないわ。
Seems Takaki has decided to trust me for the time being, as she abruptly turns away and heads back up the stairs. Thank you for the hydrate, High Tech. That girl's got it tough in her own right. Can't be easy going through life with that contrary personality.
榊さんはみちる様に似てツンデレに近いところがあるんだと思います。
Yes, I have been hydrating. I am on, like, my 3rd bottle of water. It's hard to tell what Sachi wants because she knows Yuji is going to either not notice or refuse all her offers. Yes, that is absolutely true. But yeah, I'm on my 3rd 32-ounce bottle of water since I started stream. And I'm only, like, almost 2.5 hours in. Well, then again, this is gonna last me the last, like, hour or so, so I'll be good. Rest venture! Might have a point there, sadly.
お先
How are you feeling,
お
High
湯を
Tech?
いただきました。
30 minutes on the dot after the incident outside her door, Sachi pokes her slightly flushed face back into the room. Got out of there without fainting today, I see.
はい、マキちゃんとマネさんから絶対に1万数えなくてもいいと言われましたか
Your
ら。
head and stomach still hurts, hasn't eased up at all for you? I see. Apparently, that brief conversation last night was in fact enough to reset Sachi's bathing behavior to something slightly more sane.
それで風見さんお気に入りの下着はどれだったんでしょう。
Still under. Oh my god, Sachi. Does the dresser look like it's been disturbed since you left the room?
そうですか。
I really don't think that warrants such a disappointed tone of voice. It got slightly worse, oh no. Fighting off a wave of exasperation, I turned my attention from the untouched dresser back to Sachi to find her staring at me with a distinctly nonplussed expression. Is it just the weather that's getting to you? Alongside with your chronic pain? Is it still warm over there for you, High Tech? Something on your mind?
その私は今見るからに湯上がりの状態だと思うのですが。
What's the temperature like over there for you right now? At the very least, you don't resemble a pale old man wheezing after a marathon.
しかも男性が持つ征服欲を適度に刺激するメイド服姿です。
That you are. だ
とすれば年頃の男性がとても口には出せないような烈情を抱いておかしくない状況だと思うのですが、風見さんは
Carnal
そうならない
lust,
の
huh?
でしょうか。
No, can't say it is.
なぜでしょう。私は今主としての死刑宣告を受けた気がします。
Your genes have just been sentenced to extinction? Oh my god. Give me one moment, chat. I am trying to fix my hair. My claw clip just like keeps acting up on me. Ugh. And now I have hair in my eye. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good now, I promise. I promise we're good now. I know what you meant about the thermostat / thermometer. I knew what you meant. Relax, I'm not saying you're unattractive.
そうなのでしょうか。
Yeah, like I said with the bath, your problem is timing. Under the right circumstances, the sort of event you're imagining is perfectly possible. This isn't one of those times, that's all.
その見極めが私にできるでしょうか。
Not to worry, if that time comes, you're not going to be able to miss it, even if you want to.
なるほど。風見さんのお話はいつも勉強になります。
And it seems my new blood pressure cuff has come in today, so I will have to check the mail after stream. Because I don't know if the mailman shoved it in the mailbox or it's on my porch. I have no idea. But at least I know it's there. Oh, no wonder it's so cool in the house. We're in the 70s for the next week or so. That's not hot at all. 28 degrees Celsius? Alright, let's see. That would be converted to about... Oh, okay. So you're in like, you're like in the high 70s, low 80s. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like trying to remember like the conversion rate in my head, and I'm just like, yeah, that would be about like 80. Like between like 79 and 82. I just couldn't remember the exact the exact conversion for it. But yeah, it's around there. I mean, it's... I can't necessarily say this, like it's not too hot, because, you know, air conditioning does not exist in that country, and even then if it does, it's super expensive. But, oh, the thermometer's in a cooler room? Okay, so yeah, because of the heat, yeah. Do you have like a fan or anything that you're using, or the windows open or anything like that? Another thing that might help is taking a washcloth and running it under cold water and putting it on your forehead. It might help a little bit to regulate your temperature. You'll have to do it frequently, and I know that's probably a pain in the ass considering how your stomach is right now, but it might help lower your body temperature to help you cool off a little bit. Oh, the cold worsens your headaches. Damn, that sucks. So what about instead on your head, what about your neck? Like placing it around your neck a little bit? Like, not in the back, but like right in the front. Your Japan vacation is going from bad to worse. First you got sick and now you got a fire alarm at the hotel at 4 o'clock in the morning. Oh my god, Leonard, I am so sorry. I honestly forgot. I forgot you were going off on a trip to Japan. I hope it gets better for you. How much longer are you going to be in Japan for? Although I'm certainly not going to guarantee you'll ever come to that. So, seems like you finally reached some genuine free time. What are you planning to do next?
眠ります。
Oh, okay, so you're gonna be there for at least almost another 2 weeks. Your body's so weird your headaches go away with high temperatures, not low. That is very strange considering... Typically with humidity and high temperatures like that, it would actually do an increase with people's yeah, not willingness, but susceptibility to headaches. Well, here's hoping the trip gets better for you, Leonard. It sucks to get sick, but I hope you're feeling a lot better after that and have been able to actually enjoy most of your vacation. Especially when it comes to the food. What?
スリープです。
Just to be perfectly clear, I wasn't wondering about the meaning of your words.
では、今の、はは
I mean, it's not even 9 p.m. yet, right? Are you seriously planning to sleep already?
はい。
No worries,
用
High
がない
Tech. Go
時
there.
はいつも
Go,
こうです
go
が
hydrate. Go
早寝
hydrate.
は悪いことでしょうか。
No, I wouldn't say it's bad, but admittedly, I'm hardly an expert on the lifestyle of students these days. But I'm confident there aren't many of them who make a habit of going to bed this early. God, when I was a student, oh my god, I didn't go to bed till like 11 p.m., 12 a.m. most nights. And that would either be due to homework, trying to study, which studying never realistically worked for me. I couldn't absorb any information whatsoever. Or, you know, being up late and talking to friends online. You don't have a problem with the food at JC 7-Eleven food the past 2 days? Hey, you know what? There is nothing wrong with that. I have been told and have seen that convenience stores in both Japan and South Korea have really fucking amazing food. Especially in Japan, because their fried chicken is delicious. Especially in the case of young women. From what I've seen, you could add another 12 hours to every night and they still wouldn't have enough time. You not watch television or play games? No time at all for recreation?
テレビはマキちゃんが見ようと言った時しか見ませんし、
ゲームも皆さんから誘われない限りはやりません。
Seriously?
はい。嘘をついたら針を1000本飲むという約束ができるくらいです。
Frankly, it's still a little hard to believe that she doesn't relax at all, but from what I see of this room, she certainly doesn't seem to have much in the way of entertainment-oriented belongings. And Sachi's personality being what it is. Guess it really was literally true.
人の言うことをよく聞いて夜更かしはしない。それがいい子ですから。
In the instant Sachi delivers that oddly phrased sentence with a smile on her face, I finally realized the nature of the unease I've been feeling about her behavior. It's pretty simple, really. She resembles me. Organizing her life around diligently following orders, she never allows herself to doubt them, let alone defy those who make use of her. And almost as an extension of that, her private activities are a little more than the bare minimum routines of daily existence. The same as me, in other words. Grilling her about recreation is more than a little hypocritical on my part. Looking at Sachi, I've been seeing myself, and the discomfort I felt was a reflection of my uncertainty about my own way of life.
安心できましたか？
When I was a student, I would not sleep at all once I sleep at school in history hours, since I had 10 at history and I was bored and listed as... Listen, I, in my not my last, but in my first couple of years of high school, I was actually on sleeping aids too because I was dealing with really bad insomnia. I would literally come home from school, and half the time I would not eat dinner, and I would just come home from school and fall asleep. I would purposefully do my homework during school hours, during classes, and even in between classes and at lunch, just to do my homework assignments so I didn't have to worry about it coming home from school. I would literally just go to bed. I would sleep upwards of 10 to 12 hours during school days, and then on weekends, I would sleep anywhere between 12 and 14 hours. Because I was tired all the time. And even then, I was still falling asleep in classes. It was really bad. Huh? Taken off guard by her question, I responded in an unusually feeble tone of voice.
最近の風見さんはどこか私のことを心配してくれているようでしたので。
But yeah, the off chance that I was not that tired that night, I would literally come home from school, I would eat dinner, I would either be on my PC talking to friends, or I would be working on homework or working on school projects. Until between 11 and 1 a.m.
普段の私を見てもらうことで風見さんの不安が少しでも解消されたのなら嬉しいです。
My Italian sister sounds like you. Oh no. Well, this is yet another surprise. Didn't think I was so transparent that a schoolgirl could see through me. Alright, I understand that much, but what made you think I was feeling relieved?
なんだか風見さんが笑っているような気がしたんです。
Smiling?
はい、私にはそう見えました。
I don't remember grinning to myself during that little internal monologue. If anything, the look on my face should have been something like surprise. But apparently, something about my face suggested a smile to her. I see. I was right about one thing. You really are an interesting one, Sachi.
この場合、それは褒め言葉になるのでしょうか。
Yes, you have a fun trip, Leonard. I hope you continue to enjoy your stay in Japan. Hopefully the 4 a.m. alarm going off does not interfere with any of that. Stay safe! I will try to have a fun stream. I still am having a fun stream. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. But yes. Go get some rest. It's 4 o'clock in the morning for you. Actually, I think it's later than that. Oh, it's like 5:30. Never mind. I keep forgetting Japan's like 13 hours ahead of here in the East Coast of the United States. Anyway, but yes, I will enjoy stream. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of your trip. I'll let you decide how to interpret it, but at the very least, it's better than boring, right?
どちらにしても複雑な評価です。
Sachi said relieving my anxiety would make her happy. I'm not sure I understand the exact meaning of those words, but looking back on it, this visit did inspire a mysterious sense of tranquility. Whatever the details, I don't think that can be a bad thing. Well, guess I've confirmed the mechanics of your free time policy, but before we wrap things up, let's make arrangements to clear up the other matter as well.
もう一つの疑問ですか？
Yeah, we were going to see how difficult a question it takes to stump you, remember?
そういえばそんなお話もありましたね。
Summer vacation starts the day after tomorrow, so we might as well take care of that fairly soon. What's your schedule like?
そうですね。今のところ大きな予定は入っていません。
Does that mean you won't be heading home for the break?
それはおじさんたちから連絡があればといった感じです。
Guess a slightly less intimate connection with home might not be too surprising when you're living with a less immediate relative. Okay, so how about starting right off the bat the day after tomorrow? That work for you?
はい、大丈夫です。
Alright, we'll assemble in the classroom at 1 p.m. 2 days from now.
あさっての午後1時に学園の教室ですね。
Yeah, you're not late nocturnal, but welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh, it's going. It's been an interesting experience to say the least, especially with Yumiko being the nosy one and trying to eavesdrop on conversation between Sachi and Yuji. It's been interesting, especially, with her fainting in the bath and all the fun stuff that's taken place up until this point. Right.
ということは、私は今風見さんと約束をしたということになりますよね。
Well, I guess you could put it that way.
わかりました。では、約束です。
Yeah, sure. That's settled. I won't keep you from your sleep any longer. Have a good rest.
はい。すぐに風見さんの分のお布団もご用意させていただきますね。
You're 2.5 hours late to Traumatic Tuesday? Well, I mean, there hasn't really been anything traumatic necessarily so far. Thankfully. Okay, I take that back. I mean, we did have the spanking scene in the classroom with Sachi and Makina, but I wouldn't necessarily pin that as being traumatizing, more or less. It's more of a what the fuck moment. Thanks anyway, but that's not going to be necessary. I still haven't overcome the constant unease I feel toward myself, or my doubts about my lax new life in this place. But I have learned something new in the last few days. There's someone else like me here. For some reason, I feel like this objectively pointless little quiz game I've been entrusted with is going to yield interesting results. Not that I have any concrete reason to believe that, but it's not an unpleasant feeling. By the time I reach my room, I'm almost looking forward to it.
サブジェクトが部屋に戻ったのよ。
Of course these two. Of course these two!
さすがにお泊まりってことはなかったみたいね。
それは絶対ないってあまねえ分かってたよな。
It literally happened in like the first hour of stream.
分かってたけど、一応心配したくなるの。
その意味がさっぱりわかんねえけど、お前も難儀な性格だな。
いいじゃない。それが女の子ってもんなのよ。
おはようございます、風見さん。
I entered the classroom a little before the time we agreed to meet. Sachi's already waiting inside.
今日はちゃんと来てくれたんですね。
Well, yeah, we did have a promise.
そうですね。
Anyway, you came in uniform? Really our class rep to the core, aren't ya?
学生手帳の校則欄に校舎施設利用時は原則として制服着用のことと書いてありますから。
Of course. Of course. I see. I'm pretty sure Sachi's the only one who's ever bothered to read the fine print at the back of the booklet. But fair enough.
それともここはみちる様のように髪の色を脱色したりして垢抜けてみた方が良かったでしょうか。
Oh my gosh, Sachi, please. To be honest, I'm having a hard time picturing you as a bleach blonde tsundere.
でしたら夏休み中もこのままで行かせていただきますね。
I'll leave that to your discretion. Anyway, I guess the first question is how we should go about testing you.
はじめはキスの練習からですよね。
Kissing part? What? Please give me a coherent explanation of how you arrived at that conclusion.
すみ
Thank you
ま
for the
せん。
hydrate, high tech.
年下の女の子と二人きりという状況を風見さんが意識されているのではないかと思い、私なりに場を和ませてみたのですが。
Appreciate the thought, but your jokes tend to have the opposite effects.
不思議です。風見さんに言われるととてもショックです。
Things have already taken a dubious turn, but there's no going back now. Alright, I guess I'll choose some questions from material we'll probably be learning in the fall. Feel like starting with any subject in particular?
そうで
Feel
す
well
ね。
and Earth in chat.
数学でしたら昨日それなりに予習してきました。
I see. In that case, let's start with math and see how far you can go on a day's worth of studying.
はい、よろしくお願いします。
Alright, next up is a square root problem. Think you can handle it?
これで合っているでしょうか。
Correct. As soon as I start actually offering her problems, I'm startled all over again by Sachi's academic skills. All the questions I'm giving her are from sections of the textbook we haven't learned in class yet, and she's solving them with apparent ease. That doesn't change when I start mixing in my own original problems either, so it's clear that she didn't just mindlessly memorize the textbook. So what, did you study this yesterday as well?
はい、そうなります。
Just how much did you get through?
そうですね。自分ではこの教科書に載っている部分は一通り勉強してきたつもりです。
What the hell, Sachi? Sachi delivers this line with her usual calm smile, but if what she's saying is true, she mastered nearly an entire year's worth of material in a single day. Yes, please go lay down, High Tech. Take care of yourself. I guess that would explain how she's been answering problems we won't be looking at for months so easily. Just for reference, what time did you get to bed last night?
寝ていないということになると思います。
You pulled an all-nighter? Plausible in Sachi's case, but I've got one very simple question. Why did you feel the need to try that hard?
テストがあるならいい点を取れるように頑張るのが普通なのではないでしょうか。
Sachi, your logic scares me. Sure, but that's hardly a reason to stay up all night.
そうなのでしょうか。
In an admirable display of dexterity, Sachi tilts her head to the side in confusion even as she's nodding her consent. I had similar thoughts about her ridiculous daily preparation for class, but this only confirms my impression. The girl puts in unbelievable effort for the flimsiest of reasons. True, you can wrap everything up just by calling Sachi diligent by nature, but I have a feeling that behavior has something to do with why she's in this school in the first place. Well, whatever the case, I have to admit you've taken me by surprise here. I didn't expect you to be quite this impressive.
そう思っていただけたなら頑張った甲斐がありました。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the range of problems you've solved already will be more than enough to amaze the others.
ということはテストもこれで終わりになりますか？
Michiru and company asked me to find Sachi's limits. As long as she's continuing to answer the questions correctly, it'd be premature to end the testing. Well, as long as it's alright with you, mind playing along a little longer?
はい、風見さんに満足していただけるまで何度でもお相手させていただきます。
Are you doing this on purpose? By the time the sun touched the horizon, Sachi had worked her way into the questions from next year's math curriculum without a single mistake. And so, we agreed to suspend testing for the evening and continue tomorrow. My god, imagine memorizing that much within a night's like... That's crazy.
おかえりなさい、風見さん。
When I returned to the school grounds after my daily running session, Sachi greets me with broom in hands. Sweeping the courtyard today, I see.
はい、夏休みに入ったので学園の敷地内を全体的にお掃除しようと思いまして。
Not that diligence is a bad thing, but it feels like you're in the middle of some chore every time I run into you.
風見さんが少しだらけた方がいいとおっしゃるのでしたら、クラス委員らしい範囲でだらけてみますが。
I feel like I'm being called out because I'm always called a busybody, because if I don't have something to do, then I feel lazy. Are you really capable of that?
境界線の見極めに3ヶ月ほどお時間をいただければ。
In that case, I think I'd rather see you working hard like always.
そう言っていただけると助かります。あ、それからよろしければこれを。
Trotting over to a bucket full of ice sitting in the shade of a tree, Sachi retrieves a bottle of water and brings it back to me. You had this waiting for me?
風見さんがランニングに出られたのは知っていましたので、勝手ながら用意させていただきました。
I see. Thanks, appreciate that.
いえいえです。
Ugh. With a few words of thanks, I accept the plastic bottle from Sachi, then drop myself onto a nearby bench and quickly gulp it down. Tasty. It looked like a plain bottle of water, but there's a bit of lemon juice and honey added for flavor. Another thoughtful touch on Sachi's part, typical that the girl didn't say anything about the extra effort she put in. Why not mention it? Might have gotten some of that praise she likes so much. Considering her request for compliment, Sachi doesn't exactly flaunt her accomplishments. Then again, that clumsily selfless side of her personality is probably part of what makes her impossible to dislike. As I'm pondering these matters, Sachi returns to her cleaning.
カイト、革靴、燃えるゴミ、燃えない。
Machina, you are such a bad influence.
燃えるゴミ。
Hey Sachi, can you maybe give this particular song a rest?
思わず口ずさんでしまいたくなりますか？
No, to be perfectly frank, it doesn't really work for you. A maid cheerfully singing gruesome jingles as she cleans is just too surreal.
ですが、この歌も著作権フリーだから掃除の時に歌ってほしいのよさ。と、マキちゃんにお願いされているので。
Right, I get the picture. Looks like I'll have to take this up with our budding songwriter. But either way, you really seem to enjoy sweeping.
そうですね。まだ小さい頃にお母さんとお父さんから褒めてもらった私唯一の特技みたいなものですから。
Your parents sound like nice people.
はい。私はお父さんもお母さんも大好きでした。
Bye, Tiana. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Past tense, huh? This is the first time I've heard Sachi talk about her parents, but her expression visibly softened when she mentioned them. Even putting aside her pathologically honest personality, you can tell from a look at her face that she's not lying about how much she loved them. Come to think of it, I did have one other acquaintance who enjoyed cleaning up, although that was a long time ago. Come on, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm picking up the trash. I mean, next time I come here to play, wouldn't it be nicer to find the place clean? She was the sort of kid who'd actually go around picking up the garbage scattered around the playground after playing. I think she was younger than me, but her sheer energy and forceful personality made it feel like the opposite. The girl was a genuine tomboy, constantly laughing and running around. Pretty much the polar opposite of our docile maid like Sachi.
どうかされましたか、風見さん。
No, it's nothing.
そうですか。
But still, it's pretty unusual for me to remember something from before I met my master. Since my memories before that point are pretty much all ones I'd rather erase from my mind. In the otherwise quiet classroom, the constant movement of pen on paper is the only real sound. After lunch, Sachi and I picked up the testing where we left off yesterday.
あ、風見先輩、今変なところ見てませんでした？
Sachi suddenly covers her chest with both hands as if only now realizing that I'm watching her.
もう、私の学力を調べてやるなんて言って、本当は別の目的があったんじゃ
Oh
な
my
いですか？
gosh, Sachi, please. Continuing in the same tone, she offers me a coquettish smile. And what if I am?
いいですよ。風見先輩がどうしてもって言うなら、女の子のこと、私が教えてあげます。
Spurred on by the intimate atmosphere of a one-on-one meeting, a younger girl summons up her courage and makes a flirtatious approach. Normally, this is exactly the sort of gift horse no red-blooded man would think twice about accepting, but wonder why I'm not getting even slightly in the mood.
可愛い後輩が頑張って勇気を出してるのにその反応はないじゃないですか。わ
Okay, you can stop the act.
かりました。
Once I give the signal, Sachi's attitude snaps instantly back to normal.
やはり私の演技力不足が原因でしょうか。
No, if anything, I think you were a bit too convincing. If I didn't know Sachi, I'm pretty sure I would have bought that as her real personality. But since I do, the contrast was kind of bizarre.
となると羞恥心をかなぐり捨てる勢いで熱演したのが裏目に出てしまったかもしれませんね。
Do you have any sense of shame to cast aside in the first place?
何を言うんですか風見さん。羞恥心の代名詞とも言われる私を捕まえて。
Not sure if I agree with you there. In my experience, shy people don't generally take their clothes off in front of others.
それは恥ずかしいことじゃないじゃないですか。
Does she seriously believe that? The girl's definitely something else, although in this case, that's not necessarily a compliment.
それよりどうして先輩心をくすぐるちょっとわがままな後輩になりきってくれなんてお願いをされたんですか？
Right, guess it was sort of my modest attempt at getting back at you for coming so well prepared.
テストの予習をしてきてはいけなかったのでしょうか？
Well, the point of this is to determine the limits of your academic ability, but the more you study, the more those limits go up, right? At this rate, the testing might never actually end.
なるほど、そういうことだったんですね。
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm giving her problems even harder than yesterday's, and she's still working her way smoothly through every question.
すみません。私そこまで気が回りませんでした。
No, it's my fault for not saying anything about cramming beforehand. Just try not to approach this quite so seriously from now on.
はい、わかりました。
I briefly drop my hand onto Sachi's head as we speak, and soon receive a smile in return.
それと参考までにお聞きしたいのですが、
What?
先ほどの具体的な指定は風見さんの好みと考えていいのでしょうか？
No, it's just that the younger women I've known tended to act something like that.
それをどうして私に？
Well, when I was talking to you in the courtyard earlier, I remembered one in particular. Struck me that this girl was pretty much the exact opposite of an obedient maid type like you. A maid type like you, Sachi. I got kind of interested in seeing if you could pull it off. Well, if I'm being perfectly honest with myself, the part about tickling the hearts of older men might have been tacked on for other reasons.
そういうことだったんですね。
Yeah, so anyway, that's not particularly my type or anything.
わかりました。
Apparently satisfied with my explanation, Sachi closes her eyes and nods deeply. That's a very familiar gesture, but it's rare for her to ask this many questions of me in the first place. By the way, what do you think about that sort of person? When I ask for Sachi's thoughts as an extension of this little experiment, she pauses for a moment before replying. Her expression suddenly grows serious.
やっぱりわがままを言うのは悪いことだと思います。
A bad thing, eh?
はい。
I've noticed before that Sachi's judgments tend to be delivered in simple black and white terms. In particular, she has something of a habit of dividing things between the good and the bad. I'd always thought of it as a minor quirk, but from the strange emphasis she places on those words, I'm beginning to think this might be a central part of her worldview. Well, I guess that's enough of a break. Let's get back to the test.
わかりました。
Deciding to refocus on the reason we're here, I cut off our meandering conversation. Sachi responds by promptly turning her notebook to a fresh page of paper.
ではこの続きはどうしましょう？昨日のように一つの教科書を順番に解いていきますか？
No, I'm going to jump a few steps and start giving you problems for material we're not scheduled to learn in this school.
わあ、さすが S の化身と呼ばれる風見さんです。
Sadism
従順
incarnate?
な後輩にも容赦がありません。
Don't really have a choice. You're just that good.
こ 今度は明らかな褒め殺しです。こうして飴と鞭を使い分けられていくうちに、私は風見さんに籠絡され
Oh
て
my
しまう
god,
んで
this
す
girl's
ね。
crazy. Well, not crazy, but this girl is can be a bit much sometimes. Okay, that's more than enough of that. I'm giving you the problems now, alright?
はい。
As the scenery outside begins to take on the orange tint of early twilight, Sachi's pen comes to a halt after the last problem of the day. Solved it?
答えは出たのですが、合っている自信はあまりありません。
Haven't seen her this uncertain about a problem yet, but let's see. Picking up Sachi's notebook, I compare her work against the answer in the collection of problems.
どうでしょうか。
It's correct.
それなら良かったです。
Apparently, Sachi's lack of confidence was genuine rather than an attempt at modesty, judging from the way she slumps back in her chair with a relieved smile. From the look of things, she might finally make her first mistake tomorrow.
今日はたくさん頭を使ったので、少し疲れてしまいました。
In that case, let's take it easy for a little while. I'll buy you something to drink.
それでしたら。
What? If you want some soda in particular, better say it now. Oh, hi, Dad.
いえ、
Welcome back.
そっちのリクエストではなく。
That echo fart, though. Hesitantly mumbling vague words, Sachi doodles small circles on her notebook paper. I see, so that's what this is about. Taking an educated guess from Sachi's attitude, I gently bring my hand to rest on top of her head. You did good today, Sachi. And this time, I begin to slowly stroke her hair back and forth. Sachi lets out a quiet sigh as her eyes fall closed. Must have tickled a bit. You make the same face every time I do this, you know that? Reminds me of a kitten having its face cleaned by its mother.
それだけ愛くるしいということでしょうか。
By which I mean you're just that defenseless.
そうですね。今の私なら無条件降伏もあり得る場面です。
To what? Alright, that about enough?
はい、ありがとうございました。
I finally stop petting Sachi once my hand grows warm from the motion. She responds with a polite little bow of thanks. Kind of an odd request, though. Not like having your head stroked is gonna help with your fatigue, is it?
そんなことはありません。風見さんの手は栄養ドリンク10本にも勝ります。
That's a lot of energy drinks to chug. Is that a fact? Impressively forceful and earnest words, although I can't see that makes them any less bizarre. But still, I've got to watch my step around this girl. Lately, these little petting sessions have started to feel oddly pleasant on my end as well. Alright, so we're done with the testing for today. You have any other plans?
7時からマキちゃんと一緒にテレビを見る約束をしています。
In that case, let's get back to the dorm before she starts throwing a temper tantrum.
はい。
This little shit. This little shit. Truffle cheddar cheese. The instant we enter the door, Machina shouting in our faces, almost as if she foresaw the exact moment of our return.
あれ、まだ約束の時間には早いよね。
ところがどっこい、今回はお届け物なのよさ。
I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of truffle. As she speaks, Machina holds something out to Sachi.
このマグロマンの宿敵カルビ将軍のストラップがつけられた携帯ってサッチーのだよな。
そうだけど、これどこで？
さっき晩ご飯前のお風呂に行ってきたのだけれど、湯船の中でダイビング決めてたところを保護したのよさ。
へえ、携帯もダイビングするんだね。
Or maybe you just dropped it when you were cleaning?
あ、さすが風見さん、中村さん顔負けの名推理です。
Who the hell is Mr. Nakamura? Putting aside that particular mystery, it's pretty surprising that Sachi didn't realize it was missing.
で、それを見つけたところまでは良かったのだけど、この携帯、完全に黙秘を決め込んじゃってるのよ。
Going underwater is probably going to be fatal unless you have some special waterproof model.
それなら
Accepting her cell phone from Makina, Sachi gently slides it inside her clothing.
なんで懐？
ほら温めたら電源が入るかなと思って。
Huh? Just to be sure, that was an attempt at a joke, right?
そこを突っ込むのは野暮ってもんなのよ。ちょっと天然入っちゃってる感じがサッチンの魅力なのだから。
I see. Alright, Sachi. Forget I asked.
なんでしょう、私の伺い知らないところで自分のキャラがどんどん解約されているような気がするのですが。
大丈夫大丈夫、大体合っているし。
そうなのかな。
I'm sure your image is important too, but I think you should be more worried about getting a replacement for that phone as soon as possible. Never know when you'll really need it.
そうですね、早めに電気屋さんへ行ってみます。
With those words, Sachi retrieves the dead cell phone from her bosom and returns it to its usual place in her pocket.
んで、どうする？せっかくこの場に居合わせたのだから、お兄ちゃんも一緒にテレビ見てくか？
Well, can't say I have any plans, but...
一緒にマグロマンを応援するのよさ。
Tuna Fish Man is a Sunday morning show, right? And more importantly, wouldn't it be kind of creepy if I really did start cheering on fresh fish superheroes with you?
全くです。
I'll peel you like a banana here and now, you bogus maid.
大変ですマキちゃん。私今明らかな低層の危機に直面しています。
You sure as hell aren't acting like it.
お？私のぺったんこな胸に渦巻くこの感情は何なのよ？よくわかんねえけど、こう大事に育てた娘をどこぞの馬の骨に取られた46歳父って感じがするのよさ。
That was a description. There's no such thing as a woman who hates being complimented. One day, when I casually complimented my master's appearance, she praised me in return with those words. From what she told me, the rule applies even to women who claim to dislike flattery. Sometimes complaining is just another way of reacting to happiness.
も、ユージ。
Hello there, Michiru. Your famous twin tails are looking particularly good this morning.
はあ？いきなり何言ってるのよ。あんたなんかに褒められても全然嬉しくないんだから。
Mm-hmm. Michiru, whose gimmick is a prickly student attitude, may say this. But judging from the way she's happily playing with her hair as she skips up the stairs, I don't think my master spoke in error. I'm pretty sure I picked up a knack for this sort of thing unconsciously at a fairly young age. Playing outside for hours at a time to escape the awkward atmosphere at home, I developed a sly habit of it ingratiating myself with the other kids through lavish praise. Awesome, I can't believe you can do that, or you got 100 points on your test? That's amazing, or whatever else seemed called for. Looking back on it, I was kind of a creepy little brat in that respect. But as long as I kept up the compliments, nobody tried to harm me, and there were even some eccentrics who'd actively play with an otherwise gloomy little introvert like me. Okay, watch carefully. Here goes. Well, did I pull it off? Oh my gosh, these kids. I don't think it's that amazing, but today's the first time I managed it. I wanted to show you first, Yukun. Of course, since I'd always thought of myself as a worthless scrap left over after the formation of my genius sister, I was probably pretty sincere in believing everyone I met superior to me.
おはようございます、風見さん。
Yeah. And here we have an exemplary personification of my master's teachings. Given an open choice of any reward, Sachi specifically requested my praise. It's probably safe to say she fundamentally longs to be complimented.
それで今風見さんの頭の中ではみちる様がどのようなあられもない姿に
I'd love to hear how you arrived at that question.
みちる様を見送った後の風見さんが何やら難しい顔で考えているようでしたので
Let me get this straight. You think a complex expression on my face means I'm indulging in obscene delusions?
はい
And sometimes I wonder if she fundamentally longs to be smacked upside the head.
話は変わるのですが今日のテストも1時からでよかったですよね
That's right, but like I said yesterday, no cramming for this one.
はい午前中は昨日のお掃除の続きをやる予定になっていますから予習をする時間もありません
You're still making the rounds?
自分が使う場所は綺麗だった方が嬉しいですから
With those words, Sachi pumps her fist slightly into the air, still clutching her broom. Maybe it's because she's able to wear this uniform more frequently during vacation, but the girl seems to be turning into even more of a maid by temperament. Well, devoting yourself to volunteer work is all well and good, but make sure you don't give yourself heat stroke out there.
はい熱中しないように他のことを考えながら頑張ります
I think I'm going to have to check up on her later for safety's sake. A little before 1 p.m., a harsh, familiar electronic buzz from my breast pocket interrupts the leisurely afternoon. Baby, huh?
周りに人は
After a moment of faint electronic noise, I hear a low, steady voice on the other end of the line. Her tone is enough to tell me that this is a phone call from my superior, not my guardian. No worries, I'm by myself at the moment.
じゃあ早速仕事の話をさせてもらうけど
Oh boy, what level of business is it now? Judging from the hurried way JB is speaking, it seems this particular call may not have been planned in advance. Something serious might have come up unexpectedly. Do we have something troublesome on our hands?
3時間の任務だけど先読みが難しいという点では厄介と言えるわね
In other words, you want me as insurance in case things go south?
ご明察それで予備役扱いのあなたにも準待機の命令が出てるんだけど10分以内に準備できる
I'll be ready in
あり
5.
がとうユージ
Uh-huh. Don't thank me before a job, it's bad luck.
そうねごめんなさい
Anyway, where do you need me?
あなたは今からメールする場所に向かってちょうだいそこで一緒に仕事をする仲間と合流してもらうことになってるから
Wait, what are we saying thank you for? I'm confused. Affirmative. Placing the black cell phone on top of my desk, I quickly begin to change into my work clothes. Well, that's crappy timing. I don't have any problem with doing the job I'm paid for, but I've had plans with Sachi in the immediate future. And I can't just call to let her know, since her cell phone's out of commission. Please be in the dorm. I throw open my door with a little prayer, startling Sachi as she's sweeping the lobby. Sachi, good timing.
落ち着いてください風見さん脱ぎたてのメイド服が必要だというなら今
Sorry, I don't have time to play along with stupid jokes right now.
何かあったんですか
Yeah, I just now got called to work. Important job came up out of nowhere.
ということは今日のテストは中止ですよね
As Sachi murmurs those words, there's a clear shade of regret on her face. It's one of the more easily comprehensible expressions I've ever seen from her normally poker face Sachi. No, I'm not canceling, but I need to change the plan a bit. I hadn't been planning to say anything of the sort, but I find the words coming out of my mouth naturally. That look on her face probably had a lot to do with it.
それで大丈夫なんですか
Yeah, JB said the job's going to be quick, so I should be back in a few hours.
わかりましたそういうことでしたら私は全然構いません
Alright, wait for me at the usual place, Sachi. Let's say 5 p.m.
そうなると少し遅れてしまうかもしれませんが構いませんか
Slightly late? Do you have some other plans for this afternoon? Fine by me. There's a possibility I'll be a little late myself, so don't worry about it.
ありがとうございます。
Alright, we're about to hit our ad break.
17時
Gonna go ahead and take a
いつも
quick
の
break.
場所で
Let these
お待ち
ads
していま
run.
す
I do run 3-minute ads per hour to ensure that pre-rolls do not happen when you join the channel. So we're gonna swap on over to our BRB screen, put some words on stream up, and I'll be back once the ads are finished. All right, we are back. I love coming back to scam emails. I got an email alert and I went to go check. Apparently, I ordered a vast antivirus according to this email that I received for like $338. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's no. Nice try though. Like, they had a PDF attachment to it and everything, and I'm sitting here, I'm just like, really? What the fuck? Oh, look, I've been part of the cult of Mandals. I mean, community of Mandals? If you hit ! follow age with no spaces in between, it should tell you how long you've been following me for. So if you do something like this, or as Dag just did, it'll tell you how long you've been following for. You mean after the first or second time you unfollowed and refollowed me? Almost 4 months, Jack. Almost 4 months. Fourth? Oh yeah, that's right. It has been 4 times, hasn't it? 4 times in almost 3 years, Dag. How does that make you feel? But no, I'm still finding that fucking email hilarious. It's like I went to go check because I had an email notification. Thought it was Amazon being like, yeah, your package has been delivered. With my left hand because my right is holding a new drink. I'm sending you pics. I don't know. Alright. You're apparently supposed to be seeing rain tonight. I just got a notification for weather as well. Yeah, we're supposed to see rain later on tonight. Nothing too big. Dag flexing. Yeah, Dag has unfollowed and refollowed me like 4 times total since we have known each other. Yeah, that's a promise. I'll definitely make it.
Hi.
Yeah, Yuji got called into work and now they're discussing when they'll meet up. After giving Sachi a quick pat on the head, I immediately rush out the front door. Eyes fixated on my cell phone screen, I follow the directions JB sent me to the letter. When specifying a rendezvous point through electronic means, the instructions are always split into multiple parts in such a way that it's impossible to determine the end location with cross-referencing every message. Or without cross-referencing. Apparently this is a security measure of some sort, but it's an incredible pain in the ass for the person actually receiving the orders. As I draw near to my initial destination, a second set of instructions arrives. The map attached to the new email bears a single red dot. There we are. Overlaying the map with a visual scan of my surroundings, I determined that the point in question indicates a small public park. This isn't my first time in this neighborhood, but I never knew there was a park here. I met that kid in the park not too different from this one, back in the days when I was a gloomy brat without any real friends. My sister was a prodigy, especially as an artist, and the most I could do was stay out of her way, so I made a daily routine of heading off to the public park with a playground located a few miles away from our house. I went out of my way to choose one a good distance away, killed a little more time walking out and back, and better still, nobody there knew who I was. When I was idling around in that in that playground, I didn't have to deal with people comparing me to my older sister, and I didn't have to listen to my father's vicious insults. I guess you could say it was the closest thing I had to be a safe space. But the days spent playing with sand by myself didn't last that long. One day, that girl marched right up to me. I don't remember much of the conversation, except for the conclusion. Okay then, let's play together. Wasn't asking either. Without giving me time to think it over, she pulled me around that tiny park all day long. She was an unbelievably pushy kid, to be sure. Laughed and smiled more than anyone else I'd ever known, but she never asked me more about myself than I wanted to tell. In other words, playing with her wasn't too bad on my end, either. Before I knew it, I was heading to that park specifically for that purpose. Hi, Vivian. How are you? Of course, that only lasted a short while before that day came, but I think that kid was a major reason I was able to endure everything I was going through back then. Okay, this really isn't the time to get all sentimental. As if to reinforce the point, a white minivan with a subtly different atmosphere draws to a halt a little ways away. Take care of the job first, think later. How you doing today, Vivian?
お疲れ様。
Sure. Roused from a half-unconscious state by JB's voice, I remove my sleep mask and step out of the car. Appreciate you dropping me off at school and all, but I've gotta say, this car's a little too conspicuous. Noisy on top of flashy.
そこが
Waking up
羽馬
existing
の
the
いい
usual
ところじゃない。
thingy. Somebody slept in late today. Well, then again, you're more nocturnal than I am, so I can't necessarily say anything. I don't think I'll ever understand your sense of aesthetics. Well, I guess she's probably not alone. I can picture Amane's eyes gleaming with enthusiasm.
うん
Heaving a small sigh, I glance to my side, where JB is currently peering through the gate into the school grounds. Looking for something in particular?
ほら、今日は誰もお迎えがいないのかなと思ってね。
Such a tease. 8 to 10 a.m. and until 4 to 6 p.m.? Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. I don't know. For the past couple of weeks, I've been finding myself going to bed at like 3:30, and then waking up between 10:30 and 11:30. Figured as much. Look, JB, I do understand the urge to mess around with the younger generation, but I'd really appreciate it if you could resist the impulse to make my life harder.
何よ、人がせっかく女性関係を潤してあげようとしてるのに。
If you're that concerned about my libido, how about you help me out?
怖い。青い衝動の餌食にならないうちに、お姉さんは退散しないと。
Giving me a little shove on the back as she passes by, JB slides smoothly back into the driver's seat of her car.
それじゃあまたね、ユージ。
Hold it, woman! JB really lives for these little visits, doesn't she? But since she took me here directly, I'm back a good 15 minutes before 5. I'll be in plenty of time to meet up with Sachi. No reason to show up in my work uniform then. Might as well change first. When I arrive precisely on time, I find the classroom completely empty. Pretty unusual for Sachi, who makes a habit of showing up at the exact time specified. Come to think of it, she did say she might be a little late. Guess I'll wait for a while. Yeah, mango strips. Vanilla cold brew, oat milk latte, and collagen. I wish I could drink that, but it has caffeine in it. Okay, she's really late. Half dozing in the chair, I flopped down onto some time ago. I mumble to myself and glance up at the clock. It's a solid hour past the time we agreed to meet. At this point, you'd expect some sort of contact. Might as well see if any of the others know anything. When I return to the door, Makina's standing by the shoe rack. The instant I push open the door, she swiftly hides something or other inside. I'm not going to tell you not to play pranks on Michiru and Sakaki, but keep it in moderation, alright?
寮内の誰しもが持っているユミちゃんとチルチルのハプニングシーンが見たいという潜在欲求。そこにつけ込む私は悪い女なのよさ。
Right, sure. Fascinating. On a different note, do you know where Sachi went?
はい？お兄ちゃんこそ今日はサッチンと遊ぶ約束をしてたんじゃないのよ。
Danny comes with sushi with a fork. God damn it, Danny. That was the plan, but I waited for an hour after the time we set and she never showed up.
それはおかしいのよ。サッチンはその身をマリアナ海溝に沈められたとしても絶対に遅刻しない女なのよさ。
What kind of sushi are we eating there, Danny? Right, which is why I thought something else might have come up.
できることならそういえばと言ってあげたいところなのだけれど、私は何も聞いていないのよ。
Extra firm ramen? Sure you didn't ask her for a favor or something?
今日は見てないのよさ。
I see. This doesn't look very promising, but just in case, I should try our other classmates as well. Wait, why are you psycho? Sorry, Machina, but can you help me round up the others?
あいあいさ、キャプテン。
Oh my god, really? Oh, wait, is that eel?
You cannot quit. Your request has been denied. You may submit your request again in 365 years. Thank you for your service
Hey,
with
I
us.
got it correct.
Policy written by Kissy Kitten.
You got one with eel on top and the other one has avocado on top of it? Or is it just eel and avocado? Both? Gotcha. Fortunately, the other three were still in the dorm, so it doesn't take long to collect everyone in the lobby. Sorry about the sudden meeting, but do any of you have any idea where Sachi's gotten to?
さっちゃん、そういえば今日は午後から見てないわね。
私も見てないけど。
How about you, Sakaki?
小峰さんなら3時過ぎくらいに寮を出ていくのを見かけたわよ。
You use a knife and fork for pizza. Pizza is meant to be eaten with your hands. What the fuck?
それは本当なのよ。
If the slice is too big, you know what you do? You fold it in half and eat it that way. That's how it's eaten. If it's not messy, it's not... if it's not messy, you're... I have no words. The only way that pizza should be eaten like that is if it's a deep dish pizza. Outside of that, though, if it's a flat piece, fold that shit in half like a New Yorker does and eat it that way.
ええ、制服を着ていたから今日も風見くんと勉強するものだと思っていたけれど、違った？
Hard to say. We promised to meet in the classroom at 5, but Sachi never showed.
それはおかしいわね。
As soon as the words leave my mouth, 3 voices respond in an uneasy chorus. Apparently I'm not the only one more than a little surprised by Sachi blowing off a prearranged meeting.
あのさ、一ついい？
After a moment of silence, Michiru raises her hand tentatively into the air. What is it, Michiru? Some relevant information come to mind?
情報っていうか、この問題を一発で解決しちゃう方法があると思うんだけど、言っちゃってもいい？
ほんと？やるじゃん、みちる。
まあ大したことはないと思うんだけど、私ならではみたいな。
I see. By all means, please share your insight with us. I hate it here, Uwu.
ふふふふふふ。いや、ユージにそこまでお願いされちゃ仕方ないわよね。
Very subtle warning, Uwu.
いいから早く言えよ、パツキン。キー。おお、すっげえ睨まれた。いい？一度しか言わないから。みんな、食いしばってよく聞きなさいよ。
食いしばってどうするのよ。
It really was kind of cringe, Uwu.
ズバリ、サチの携帯に電話すれば 一発解決間違いなし
Oh,
よ
you are sorely wrong there, Michiru Uwu.
どうすごいでしょってあれみんなしてなんでやっちゃったみたいな顔してるの実際やっちゃってるからじゃね嘘
No, we won't need a trigger warning today, Uwu.
もしかして松島さんの案ってそれだけだったの？
そうだけど私何か変なこと言った
変なことというより、その案はみんなを集める前に試しているのが前提なんじゃない？
うぐ
In the first place, Sachi's phone is out of commission at the moment, Uwu.
サチの携帯壊れちゃったの
Thank you for the hydrate, Uwu. Yeah, it was discovered diving in the bathtub just last night, Uwu.
したのよさへえそれはさすがに知らなかったなあはは
I like how she's just like slowly stepping away, Uwu. A weak attempt at a smile plastered awkwardly across her face. Michiru shrinks before her eyes, Uwu.
みちるにしては目の付けどころは悪くなかったんだけどね。
いいのよあまねどうせ私は三島崎一不幸なツインテールなんだから
ずいぶん狭い範囲の一番ね。
まあそうへこむなよチルチル人生そんなに悪いことばかりじゃないのよさあんたに慰められると余計惨めになるのはなんでだろう失礼な私がなけなしの優しさをかけているというのに
Knocking is too sweet. You wanna give her a head pat? Uwu? I like how I'm stretching, I hiccup, and then all that happens, Uwu. Maybe it was a mistake to bring these people into the discussion in the first place, Uwu?
でもそう考えたら結構まずくない？さっちゃんと連絡がつかない状況なんでしょ？
やっぱ警察とかに連絡した方がいいのかな
What if she has been spending this whole time actually out replacing her cell phone, Uwu?
私たちにとっては一大事だとしても数時間いなくなった程度では警察は動いてくれないわよ。それに小峰さんだって子供じゃないんだし、この時間から警察に連絡というのは少し大げさすぎるんじゃないかしら。
She did tell me she might be late for one thing, Uwu.
それならなおさらね。
Nodding with evident conviction, Sakaki closes her eyes, Uwu. Objectively speaking, your argument is definitely reasonable, Uwu.
榊さんの言う通りかもね。
Michiru and Makina seem to have reached the same conclusion, Uwu. The group looks silently in my direction, anticipating a decision, Uwu. Okay, let's wait and see for the moment, Uwu. If Sachi still isn't back by this evening, I'll get in touch with the principal and ask her about the next step, Uwu.
そうね、それが一番いいと思う。
私もそう思うのよ私も
Alright then, Uwu. Okay, I'm going to head back to the classroom and try waiting for Sachi there, Uwu. But I'd like a volunteer to contact me in case she comes back to the dorm instead, Uwu.
じゃあその役は私がやるのよさ
私もマキナとここに残るわ。さっちゃんのことは心配だしね。
それなら私とユミコは外を探してくるわよ
勝手に決めないでもらえるかしら。
Forced volunteering. Good job, Michiru. Good job.
そんなこと言ってどうせ一人で行くつもりだったんでしょ
それは
Since these four have spent considerably more time living with Sachi, there's no question that they understand her better than I do. Considering that, there's no reason to refuse their help when it's voluntarily offered. Sorry for the hassle. I appreciate this.
お兄ちゃんも大船に乗ったつもりで任務を遂行するのよ
Yeah. This late already? Before I know it, the hour hands crept past 9. Still no sign of Sachi and no word from the others. This is getting beyond weird and into worrisome territory.
Yuji!
When I returned to the door, Mamane and Makina jump up from their positions, watching the doorway and rush over.
それでどうだったのよ。サチは戻ってきた？
No, she didn't come to the classroom, at least.
そっか。
Their shoulders droop simultaneously at the news.
私は商店街の方を見てきたけど、サチらしい子はいなかった。駅前の方でもそれらしい姿は見かけなかったわね。
Beads of sweat running down their foreheads, Michiru and Sakaki offer similar reports in identical tones of regret and concern. I see. Sorry to make you run around in this heat.
勘違いしないでよね。ユージのためじゃなくて、サチのためにやっただけなんだから。ねえどう？今のどうだったユミコ？私に感想を求めないでもらえるかしら。ミチルのツンデレ具合はどうでもいいけど、これでさっちゃんが行方不明になっちゃった可能性は高くなってきたわね。
やっぱり地図に相談してみるのよ。
Yeah, you're right. Taking out my cell phone, I dialed the principal's private number from memory.
はい。
It's me. Sorry to call so
あ
late.
なたが携帯に電話してくるなんて何かあった？
To summarize matters concisely, Sachi's gone missing.
小峰さんが
Yeah, we made pretty clear plans, but she stood me up. Hasn't come back to the dorm since.
小峰さんが約束をね。
Your What tsundere skills? Excuse me? There's a slight hint of tension in the principal's voice now. Apparently, we're not the only ones surprised by the idea of Sachi blowing off an appointment like this.
それで時間にするとどれくらいの間いなくなっているの？
The last time anyone saw her would be a good 6 hours ago, and unfortunately, she doesn't have a cell phone on her at the moment.
そう。連絡がつかないのは困ったわね。
That would be why I'm reporting to you. As the principal of the school, what do you think we should do about this?
そうね。
After this brief response, there's a moment of
ま
silence.
ずは小峰さんのお家に状況を連絡してそちらの意向を確認するわ。
Seems like a bit of a leisurely approach, frankly.
少し変わっていると言ってもこの学園も国が認める学校機関の一つ。対処の手順は変わらないわ。
Right. Well, unquestionably the correct judgment as the leader of organization.
ただあなたの危惧している事態を避けるために私個人としての手は打たせてもらいます。
Ah, so that's it. Considering how rapidly she formulated this calm and rational approach to the situation, it's probably safe to trust Chizuru's judgment on the specific details. Guess you're not sitting in the most comfortable chair in the building for nothing.
お褒めの言葉ありがとう。
Is Sachi's gene pool saved? Normal ruling is reach out to family first just in case she went home possibly or such in school didn't get the update and they'll let the family figure it out from there. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you're thinking in general, but what should we be doing right
お
now?
となしく私の連絡を待ってと言いたいところだけどそれは無理な話でしょうね。
You imagine correctly. Good job.
これでも6人の学生を受け持つ教育者だもの。
That you
ただ
are.
あなた以外の子たちには夜間の外出は控えるように伝えてちょうだい。
Right, that's probably wise. Reckless action could very well end up expanding the scale of our
それじゃ
problem.
何か動きがあったらすぐに連絡させてもらうわね。
Yeah, please do. Cutting out the call immediately, I slide my phone shut and push it back into my pocket.
どうだったユージ？
Yup. She's going to get in touch with Sachi's family first and talk with her guardians about how to proceed.
やっぱりそうなるわよね。
Yeah. After all, there must be some relatively complicated family circumstances involved if they're sending their child to this kind of school. She promised to get in touch immediately if there's any major developments.
つまりそれまでは何もするなということね。
More or less.
それはどうしてなのよ。みんなで外に出てサチンを探した方がいいのよさ。
I'll handle that.
どうしてお兄ちゃん一人だけなのよ。
私たちが小峰さんを探すと二次災害を引き起こす可能性があるからよ。
Right on the nose, Yumiko. Right on the nose with that one.
二次災害
And of course, Michiru with the follow-up with the dumb question.
女の子が夜中に出歩いてると、それこそ行方不明になっちゃうかもしれないってことよ。
Oh no, what happened was that they were meant to meet up after Yuji got called into work. They had to reschedule their little like quiz thing that was going on to 5 p.m. And Sachi was just like, is it okay if I'm going to be a little late? And Yuji's just like, yeah, I'll probably end up running late myself. So what happened was he went back to the classroom once his job was over with, once JB dropped him off. He had a little time to kill, so he went back, changed out of his work uniform, hit the classroom, and he waited until about 9 p.m. Well, not fully, but he went back to the dorm after waiting for another hour, asked the girls if they had seen Sachi around. They didn't see her. So he went back to wait after discussing what their course of action would be. Michiru and Yumiko went out and looked around the shopping district to see if they could find Sachi, whereas Makina and Amane stayed in the dorm to wait to see if she would come back. Still didn't come back. 9 p.m. hits, and we're at this point in time on the timeline. Sachi is still missing. She's been missing for like 6 hours. No cell phone, nothing on her, so they have no way of contacting her. So we're at the peak of freaking out that she's missing.
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, just a little late.
それなら心配いらないのよ。私にはお兄ちゃんから習ったスーパー護身術があるのよさ。
Also, welcome back, High Tech. I hope you're feeling at least a little bit better. Sorry, not good enough.
待ってるのは嫌なのよ。私はサチンが心配なのよさ。
Makina's voice is unusually fraught with emotion, and small tears of frustration are forming in the corners of her eyes. She's the same age as Sachi and plays with her more than anyone else. Makina might well be the most upset out of all of us right now.
ねえ、マキナ。あんたの気持ちもわかるけど、今はユージに任せよう。さっちゃんだってその間に戻ってくるかもしれないんだしさ。
わかったのよさ。
Poor Makina. Clinging tightly to Amane from behind, Makina slowly begins to regain her composure. As long as these two are together, I probably don't have to worry about her doing anything reckless. Okay, I'm going to head out and look for Sachi.
あんたも気をつけなさいよ。最近は変なやつが多いんだから。
Right. Answering Michiru's anxious words with a nod, I walk up to Sakaki, who's been standing a little apart from the rest of the group. Giving her a light tap on the shoulder, I lean in and speak in a low voice. Sakaki, if something comes up while I'm gone, I want you to take charge.
なんで私が
Because I trust your judgment in a crisis. If Amane and Michiru lose their heads and try to do something reckless, I'm depending on you to step in and stop them.
相変わらずずるい言い方だわ。
Is that really playing dirty, though? That's playing logic, not dirty. Yeah, sorry about that. Taking note of the slight redness in Sakaki's cheeks, I leave the dorm at a run, silently thanking my master for her insight. Alright, first problem is, where do I start? I don't know why Sachi vanished or where she went this afternoon. I've effectively got nothing in the way of specific clues to work off. Given that, my only real option is to speculate based off her normal pattern of activity, but I'm no expert there. Might as well take another look in the classroom. After a brisk journey to the school building, I peek into her classroom, my heart pounding more from tension than the exercise. It's silent, dark, and totally empty. Not here after all. But still, there's always the possibility that Sachi will wander in here while I'm out looking for her. To protect against the risk that we'll pass each other by, I should probably leave her a message of some sort. Grabbing a thick piece of paper from a supply closet, I write, Sachi, if you see this, head back to the dorm right away, in large letters with a permanent marker. That done, I secure the note in the middle of the back... God damn it, Nixter! Hi, how are you? That done, I secure the note in the middle of the blackboard with a few pieces of tape. That should do it. A moment later, my personal cell phone rings shrilly in my pocket. That you, Chizuru?
小峰さんの保護者と話せたから連絡しようと思って。
And?
できる限り表立った動きは控えてほしいと言っていたけど、最終的な判断は学園に任せる。
I'm doing
とのこ
alright.
とだったわ。
I see. From the sound of it, Sachi's family does indeed have some complicated circumstances of their own. So what's the next step for you?
まずは県内の警察署に片っ端から連絡して女の子を保護した話がないか確認するわ。
I see. Same thing you pulled when I arrived here.
うちの学生はいろんな意味で有名だから話は早いはずよ。
Good to hear, I think.
それでも手がかりが得られなかった場合は正式に捜索願いを出すことになるでしょうけどね。
Right. Hypothetically speaking, if Sachi has left the prefecture, a larger scale effort involving sheer numbers and brute power would become necessary.
その間もあなたは一人で小峰さんを探すつもり？
I'm the one who promised to meet up with her. I've got a responsibility to find out what
そう
happened.
ね。それじゃあまた何か動きがあったら連絡するわ。
Appreciate it. Hopefully that'll get us some information. On the other hand, if she comes up empty, we run smack into a demoralizing dead end. Unless, of course, I find a new lead first. For now, that's all I need to be thinking about. Alright, guess I'll see if the others have any ideas about places Sachi... I almost said Sachi frequent. The tension reminds me of the job, but unlike those neatly defined missions, it's a frustrating hunt in the dark, groping blindly for clues. And this time, I'm not chasing down some faceless target I'll never know. The person I'm searching for is a classmate, a friend. Yes, anywhere to find fresh Sachi? Pressing the cell phone to my ear, I sprint down the hallway, trying to drown out my uneasiness through mindless motion. Oh, wonderful. Rain.
Yuji!
The instant I push open the front door, Makina and Michiru rush up expectantly.
どうサチは見つかったのよ。
No, I tried everywhere you suggested she might go and all the public gathering spots I could think of, but no sign of her.
じゃあ学園長からの連絡は？
She let me know that none of the police stations in the prefecture are looking after a girl. Nothing since then. Understandably enough, the two grow downcast as I speak. Takaki and Amane might have hung back instead of rushing up to interrogate me, but it seems the news has a similar effect on them. I hear small small frustrated sighs from their direction.
だったらもう一度探しに行くのよ。外も明るくなってきたし、今度私も一緒に手伝うのよさ。
Even before the words are out of her mouth, Makina is yanking at my sleeve with impatient little jerks.
待ってマキナ。さっちゃんのことが心配なのはわかるけど、少しユージも休ませてあげよう。一晩中外を探してくれてたんだしさ。
そうだったのよさ。自分勝手なことばかり言ってごめんなさいなのよ、お兄ちゃん。
Okay, so essentially this school is funded by Yumiko's father. Due to the circumstances based on the students' past, they were placed here in this school because of special reasons, which is why the student body is as small as it is. As we've seen in the past with both Makina and Amane, Makina faces a family that's delved highly in business and politics, and due to her circumstances, I mean, hey, she was kidnapped as a young child, watched her father die in front of her while being tied to a chair, and was left with his rotting corpse for several days before she was found. There's a lot of embroilment with all of that. Then with Amane's past, with what happened when she was in school with Yuji's sister, that in itself was a lot of trauma. And now, I'm not sure, like, about the other girls necessarily. Like, I know some of it, but I don't want to ruin it with spoilers or anything like that. But because of each, like, individual circumstance that all these girls have gone through, that's the main reason why they're there. They're under the protections of Yumiko's father in a school structure like this because of all the stuff that is so underlying with each individual's issues. So... And of course, with Yuji being there, we all know that he works for a secret organization, so he has his own circumstances as well, as we've seen in both timelines with both Amane and Makina, so yeah. It's basically based off of each individual's past and what has happened to them. Also, you give yourself a fucking yarn. I will drink some water right now. Basically. It gives them a level of protection that they would not have if they were forced into public school settings. Mainly for Makina, Yumiko. I don't want to spoil anything else, so I'm not going to say anything else. But yeah, that's essentially what all of this is about. No, there's nothing to apologize for. That's the natural reaction. Doesn't matter how much time I spent outside, there's no getting around the fact that I didn't find Sachi.
それからユージはこれで体拭いて。
Appreciate it. Catching the towel Amane tosses in my direction, I wipe cold rainwater from my hair and shoulders.
それが終わったらお風呂に入って体を温めること。最悪シャワーでもいいから。
Don't really feel like it right now.
気分じゃなくても入るの。いくら体力に自信があったって風邪をひいちゃう可能性はあるんだから。
Alright. Her argument's logical, and she delivered it with such a painfully stoic expression that I can't bring myself to be stubborn.
雨強くなってきたわね。
Gazing out the front windows into the gray sky, Amane mutters to no one in particular. The rain started falling a little before dawn and hasn't lit up since. If anything, the sound of water drumming against the building seems to grow louder with the passage of time.
ちゃんと雨風をしのいでるといいのだけど。
大丈夫だって。もし外にいるとしたら傘くらい買ってるわよ。
うん、きっとそうなのよさ。
Bear, thank you for the 3-stream streak, I appreciate it! How are you doing today? Somebody breaks the silence, venting some new concern that's pushed its way into their minds. Someone else offers their best attempt at soothing words, and we're left listening to the rain once more. Since my return, we've repeated this pattern more times than I can count. A little after 9, Chizuru called to let me know she'd given formal notice to the police. It's been nearly 4 hours since then. Since we decided to rely on the authorities, the most helpful thing you can do is keep calm and stay out of the way. The police are fundamentally superior in terms of manpower and investigative skills, on top of which, they have the critical advantage of socially sanctioned authority. In other words, we can let the professionals take care of the rest. A completely understandable judgment for a principal to make. Objectively, it's probably the wisest possible course of action. But however rational it may be, sitting around quietly like this is proving very hard to stomach. I've spent longer than this standing by on the job, but it feels completely different this time. The anxiety and frustration swirling around inside me seem to be growing exponentially with every hour that ticks by. It's increasingly a struggle to maintain my cool.
では17時にいつもの場所でお待ちしています。
Sachi definitely said those exact words to me just a few feet from where I'm sitting. And when Sakaki and Amane went into her room to investigate, they didn't find any evidence she wandered off on some spur-of-the-moment journey. The girl does have a slightly whimsical side, but it's hard to imagine her taking a trip without even packing a change of clothes.
もうサチったらどこに行っちゃったのよ。
Suddenly leaping up from the sofa, Michiru breaks the silence, her voice tinged with something close to desperation.
こんなに心配かけて。帰ってきたらみんなの部屋の掃除くらいじゃ許さないんだから。
みちる。
Yeah, right, high tech?
それにサチがいなくなってもう1日になるし、きっと
さっちゃんが何をしてるにしてもきっと食事くらいはとってるわよ。
本当なのよ。
Yeah, her wallet wasn't in her room apparently. She's got money to eat at least.
それならよかったのよさ。
ただ何かの事件に巻き込まれている場合はその限りじゃないでしょうけどね。ちょっとユミコ、縁起でもないこと言わないでよ。でもその可能性がないとは言えないでしょ。
You really can't deny that that possibility exists, though. You really can't.
それは。
Michiru falls back into an awkward silence. Nobody's come out and said it until now, but we've all been thinking something of the sort. We all know Sakaki's right. Considering Sachi's personality, it's hard to imagine she'd vanish without a word, and the completely normal condition of her room makes this even stranger. No matter how much I want to deny it, there's a very real possibility something happened to her.
じゃあサチは悪い人に連れて行かれちゃったのよ。
大丈夫よ。まだ
そうと決まったわけじゃないんだし。
Unable to fully deny that unpleasant possibility, Michiru's voice grows weak and uncertain. Michiru's right. As long as we don't hear anything from the police or Sachi herself, we can't make any assumptions, and until then, we need to do what we can. Yeah, those words, hard. Apparently the others are just as fed up with waiting around as I am. The instant the words leave my mouth, they lean in toward me with intent expressions on their faces.
そうよね。そのためにもまずは状況を整理しましょう。
Sounds about right.
じゃあもう一度詳しく聞かせてほしいんだけど、ユージは昨日さっちゃんとどんなやり取りをしたの？
Yesterday morning, Sachi and I agreed to continue the testing at 1 p.m. as usual. But I got called to my part-time job at the last minute. I told Sachi we'd reschedule for 5 in the afternoon.
その時さっちゃんはなんて言ってたの？
Said she might be a little late, asked if that'd be alright.
少し遅れるか。
教室には昨日から定期的に様子を見に行ってるけど、さすがに少しって時間じゃなくなっ
That's
て
way
る
more
わ
than
よ。
just a little late.
そうね。
After that, she just confirmed that she'd be waiting in the usual place as of 5 p.m.
待ってるって言ったってことは、少なくとも教室に向かう意思はあるってことよね。
そうなるけど。
待って。
Takaki abruptly interrupts Amane's words, her eyes flashing.
本当にいつもの場所は教室だったのかしら。
I see, that just might be it.
どういうこと？
With that one sentence, everyone, with the exception of a certain bottled one, instantly grasped what Sakaki's implying.
そう考えたら辻褄が合うかも。
Yeah, it's definitely coherent, but...
ねえちょっと自分たちだけ納得してないで私にも分かるように説明してください
Freaking Michiru, oh my god.
いきなり土下座した。
じゃあその役はスオーさんに任せるわ。
オッケー。
After accepting Sakaki's request with a mildly exasperated nod, Amane sits up straight in her chair to explain.
ほら、みちるもさっちゃんがお願いや約束を絶対に守る子だってことは知ってるでしょ？
もちろんよ。
だから普通に考えて、さっちゃんはユージと約束した場所で待ってるはずなのよ。
But where?
でも教室にはいなかったわよ。言ってみればそこがミソなのよさ。
ミソ？
そう、ユージにとってはいつもの場所が教室だったかもしれないけど、さっちゃんにとっていつもの場所が教室だったとは限らないじゃない？
ああ、そっか。
At this point, Amane finally succeeds in shoving Michiru's train of thought down the tracks to the point everyone else passed 5 minutes ago, prompting an overblown reaction. I didn't explicitly tell her to wait in the classroom. There's a possibility she went somewhere else entirely. Normally, anyone would know I was referring to the classroom, but in Sachi's case, a misunderstanding of some kind seems disturbingly plausible.
なるほどね。で、サチにとってのいつもの場所はどこになるの？
そこが問題ね。
Wait, has anybody bothered to check Yuji's room or anything like that during this whole ordeal?
小峰さんが今も別の場所で待っていたとしても、その場所がわからなければ探しようがないわ。
そっか。
Actually, no, that wouldn't make any sense. So after Sachi, you'll take a break from Trauma Tuesdays and do Dark Souls Run, right? Then do Michiru, best rely on Sakaki when we get back after beating it. Actually, I'm thinking about making Dark Souls on Wednesdays, and then once we wrap up on Grisaia, I'll swap it to Tuesdays. To be honest, I don't know what she could have thought I meant other than the classroom.
ねえ、お兄ちゃん、サチは他に何か言ってなかったのよ。
No, nothing else about the location anyway.
じゃあ、サッチンと一緒にいたところを思い出すのよ。そこを全部回ればどこかにサッチンがいるはずなのよさ。
I've been trying. Outside the school grounds, the only place that really comes to mind is a shopping district.
だとしたらまだ見つからないのはおかしいのよさ。
Yeah. For one thing, I thoroughly combed both the shopping district proper and the commercial area around the station.
となると話は結局振り出しか。でも考えるべきことは分かったわ。
おうよ、私も一生懸命頭を使って考えるのよさ。私だってそのつもりだけど、二人で行った場所ってことなら結局友人頼みになるわよね。
As if on cue, all four turned their gazes toward me. Yeah, you're not wrong. I might be overlooking something here. I'm going to try to settle down and think this over as calmly as possible.
そうね。ずっとここでうなってるのが悪いのかもしれないし、ここは一度仕切り直した方がいいかもね。
Everyone assents to Amane's suggestion. We temporarily suspend our meeting in an attempt to break out of this rut. The girls trudge back to their respective rooms. Soon enough, I'm left alone on the lobby sofa, gazing blankly out the window. In the end, I throw myself right back into the problem without even taking the time to stand up and stretch my legs. The usual place, is it? The usual modifier means it has to be somewhere she visits frequently. In context, some place that I've been with her on a regular basis. No matter how many times I roll those conditions through my head, the only places that fit the bill are inside the grounds of this school. It's enough to make me realize just how limited our relationship is. Sachi and I have never really been more than classmates. Our frequent interactions are the result of simple proximity inside this somewhat claustrophobic school. Not that any of that is an excuse. So I can't even track down a single classmate without my special eyes and ears. Thank God my master's not alive to see this. She'd be in hysterics. No. If my master was here, she'd probably be angry at me before anything else. Angry that I'm wasting my time thinking about this crap instead of the problem at hand. That's right. Think. Oh, hi Kiwi. Thank you. If the general premise I'm working from is correct, there has to be something I'm missing here. Thank you for the hydrate. Posture check and stretch. I was actually about to get some more water. Oh. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Oof. But yeah, we're just going through the visual novel for the Fruit of Grisaia, and we're about to wrap up here in about about 10 minutes or so. Because I have to go cook dinner. I am hungry. This isn't the first time I've hit a wall like this, and Asako taught me what to do at times like these. The concept of coincidence was invented by vapid romanticists as a pickup line. Listen up and listen good. Things happen the way they do for a reason. When none of it makes any goddamn sense, stop bashing your head against the wall and take a step back. Let your mind go limp. Just like the proverbial bluebird of happiness, the answer is going to be sitting in a surprisingly obvious place. Surprisingly obvious, huh? My bad. That was my desktop alarm. Come to think of it, it feels like plenty of things have happened even inside this bird cage of a school. I almost said bridge. Lightning fast reflexes. To be perfectly honest, at first I just had her down as a weirdly diligent girl. But after a while, I found out she has a surprisingly amusing side, and eventually I started getting genuinely interested in what makes her tick. Sachi kind of resembles me. That thought might have been the biggest single reason for my uncharacteristic curiosity, but whatever the case, my little talks with her have been leaving a strong impression on me lately. Even so, there's just nothing there, nothing in those memories that stands out as an answer. Okay, Frosty Tools, interesting for you to, you know, keep popping up twice without follow, but alright. God damn it. Tearing my eyes away from the door gray sky, I glance around the lobby in an attempt to distract myself from this unproductive frustration. A bamboo broom propped up beside the entrance catches my eye. Yes! Yes! I love... Anya was my favorite character in Spy Family. I still haven't caught up with the anime, but watching like the first half of the first season, Anya carried that show and made it so freaking hilarious, and I just fell in love with her character. She's a snarky, sassy little shit, and I love her for it. And very expressive, I might add, too. Seeing that broom sitting idly by It's proof enough that Sachi's not around. It never seems to leave her side when she's puttering around the dorm.
自分が使う場所は綺麗だった方が嬉しいですから。
Just yesterday, she made her work as a pseudo maid like her pseudo maid. I'm getting tongue-tied now. Just yesterday, she made her work as a pseudo maid sound like her life's mission. There we go. Come to think of it, outside of the classroom, Sachi's been wearing a maid uniform constantly since the day we met. I know, right? The look on his face was hilarious. Hold on, can I be making a really fundamental mistake in my assumptions here? For one thing, if I was wrong about something that basic, the field of possibilities grows significantly wider. And when I narrow those down using the conditions I've been rolling around in my head all this time, all of a sudden I've got a completely different candidate for the usual place. But if I'm right about this, there's no point in particular that seems completely inexplicable. Yeah, words. That said, we've reached a total dead end otherwise. I have no choice but to run with it.
あれユージ、また外を探しに行くの？
Exactly. Just as I'm rising to my feet, Michiru reappears in the lobby, probably stopping by to check up on me. Yeah, I think I may know where Sachi is.
あ、そうなんだ。って、あんた今なんて。
Why is she always like taken aback and Michiru, please. Like I said, I might have figured out the usual place Sachi was talking about. I'm going to head there to check right away. Let the others know, will you?
ああ、うん。それくらいなら私にもできるけど。
Alright, I'm counting on you, Michiru.
あんたこそ気をつけて行きなさいよ。
Without pausing to grab an umbrella or raincoat, I rush out of the dorm, set off by Michiru's earnest, if completely out of character, words of concern. Anya's smirk was beautiful. Not bothering to avoid the puddles in the pocketed asphalt road, I sprint single-mindedly away from the dorm. On the job, it's fundamental common sense not to set up an umbrella even in the middle of a typhoon. That rain doesn't even faze me. More importantly, every second counts right now. An entire day has passed since Sachi went missing. 24 hours since she left the dorm. And she may have been waiting for me all this time. She may still be waiting even now. The festering sense of frustration inside me swells to unbearable intensity. Sachi.
これは自分でもどうしてなのかわからないのですが。
I know, right? I would not be surprised if she was asleep or something in the place that he's going to.
風見さんに褒めてもらえると胃の上のあたりが温かくなるんです。私また風見さんの前で気を失ってしまったんですね。ご明察です。それに風見さんはカレーがお好きでしたよね。
Ironic. After all the time going around in circles, now it's like the dam broke. Just as my master said, the breakthrough was staring me in the face all along. Sachi gave me plenty of hints herself. My new hypothesis growing firmer with every step, I make my way toward the other usual place. Nothing left to do but see if she's there. This place hasn't changed as much as I expected. I mumbled to myself, feeling my way through vaguely familiar streets. And during a several-hour train ride from Mishima Cape, I returned to this place for the first time in many years. This is the town where I was born. In my earliest years before my master took custody of me, I lived here with my parents and sister. Never thought I'd be coming back here, much less looking for Sachi. The only constant in life is its unpredictability. Slowing my pace, I moved carefully forward, guided only by faded memories. The usual place that came to mind when all the reasonable answers failed was a small park. My one and only childhood playground, situated on the outskirts of this town. Here we go. The area around the park is thoroughly deserted, and the streetlights outside were dimmed to an absolute minimum. It's a small playground designed to give young children a place to romp around on sunny days, so that's all as expected. There's no way anybody would be using this playground on a miserable rainy evening like this one. I refuse to watch any anime that is in English dub. Oh shit, I am so sorry. We are on an ad break. I did not realize that we are already pouring over into the 4th hour. Alright. We will wait for ad break to finish. I'm going to go ahead and go over and swap over to our BRB screen, put some words on stream up. I do apologize for this. I've been trying to stay on top of this, but let's go ahead and run some words on stream, and I'll be back once the ads are finished. Oh, no wonder there was lag. My driver needs to be updated again. Oh, hi, Donnie. Alright, I do apologize for that. We are back from ad break. I think we're gonna go for another 5 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and raid out. Because it is 10 minutes after 6. And I forgot to turn autopilot off on words on stream, so give me just one moment. Let me go ahead and close out of that, since that was our last ad break for the night. Let me see. I'm getting my raid target set up. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we can go back into this. Like I said, we'll give it another 5 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and raid out for the day. There's no way anybody would be using this playground on a miserable raining evening like this one. That would be the common sense conclusion, but...
ほら、みちるもさっちゃんがお願いや約束を絶対に守る子だってことは知ってるでしょ?
Yeah, no worries about that. Hopefully work went over well for you.
だから普通に考えて、さっちゃんはユージと約束した場所で待ってるはずなのよ。
I recall Amane's words from this morning. We all knew what Sachi was like. We knew she was bizarrely... Bizarrely obedient. We knew she was prone to making strange mistakes as a result of subtle misunderstandings. English dub is when I'm bound and I've already seen the anime and sub. I don't know. I can't get past like listening to English voices when it comes to anime. I would very much rather hear it in like its original Japanese audio than read subtitles. Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't necessarily like English voice actors for various reasons. More or less, it's just like a lot of the times the text and like the words get mistranslated, or the translation is so loosely done that it just doesn't seemingly make sense. And sometimes I feel like a lot of the English voice actors don't necessarily have like that level of emotion in their voice when it comes to how they portray the characters that they're playing as or voicing as. I don't know. I just feel like there's not very many like notable English dubs that are out there that are really, really good. There's a couple of them out there, but not all of them are like that. But I just prefer Japanese audio with English subtitles. You just get too bored sometimes. I mean, hey, that's understandable. I mean, I watched a lot of different anime in both the Japanese audio and English dub, and yeah. It's a very stark difference. You rewarded yourself with tacos? I mean, it is Taco Tuesday. But we'd all assumed those quirks were nothing more than a reflection of her diligent personality. We'd all assumed she would bend those rules of hers if it ever became truly necessary. That's exactly why I don't want her to be here. Much as I want to find Sachi, those words spill out of my mouth. And contradictory as it might seem, I really mean them. If Sachi's here, my initial concerns about her behavior were justified. My vague unease will become something far more concrete, far harder to face. Kimetsu no Yaiba is okay in dub. Same with My Hero Academia, but sub is better. I could never really get into My Hero Academia. Kimetsu no Yaiba though, I can't listen. No, it's just like I can't with the English dub. It just sounds weird. I even listened to the English dub, like some sections of the Freerend anime for Freerend to the Journeys. Freerend, yeah, Freerend, not Freerend. But yeah, I listened to not Japanese, but the English dub for that one. I don't like it. I can't get my head around it. Maybe it's just because I've been exposed to like Japanese anime with English subtitles versus having to watch an English dub. So I just can't get used to it. I said free rent, not free rent. Trust me, if rent was free, all of us would not be broke as broke as we are. Imagine a world where rent was not a thing. Given any choice in the matter, I don't want that to happen. No, I can't afford to worry about that right now. Forcibly persuading myself to refocus on the problem at hand, I finally enter the park. Suzume? It sounds familiar. Let me look this. I actually, you know what? I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it. That's why it sounded familiar. And once inside that dim, desolate playground, my eyes quickly find a small figure illuminated by moonlight. Sachi? Did she fall asleep? Oh. What? Sachi. Oh my gosh. I want to smack her, but I also want to hug her at the same time. The swing set's a tiny thing, made for the use of young children. Crammed into the undersized wooden seat, indifferent to her rain-soaked clothes, Sachi looks up at me and smiles. Have you been waiting here since yesterday? Without even eating, in the rain, all this time? What the hell, Sachi? Goddamn idiot! It's too much for me to endure. She's just too pitiful right now. Before I know it, I'm shouting down at her. Yeah, I'll have to check it out sometime. Of course I'm angry. Why? Didn't you realize I wasn't coming? Didn't you realize something was off? Why didn't you just leave? Why the hell did you sit here all this time just to keep some worthless promise? They were childhood friends. An intimate tone, completely unlike the formal style of speech Sachi usually employs. And that vaguely embarrassing nickname. The combination resonates nostalgically with memories rendered fuzzy and indistinct by the passage of time.
ゆうくんこっちこっち次はあれで遊ぼうありがとうゆうくん
Sachi's words. The connections I'm drawing have to be real. Why would you pick up other people's trash?
だって次にこの場所で遊んだ時綺麗だった方が
I had a
嬉しい
feeling
で
in
し
the
ょ
beginning when all this was going on and he was dealing with these memories, I had a feeling it was referencing Sachi and them being childhood friends, but I couldn't realistically remember a lot. So my guess was correct after all. You and I did meet for the first time in the Mihama dormitory.
はい風見さんとは以前ここで遊んでいたことがあります
Sachi confirms my words casually, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Of course, her mere presence in this place is proof enough. Sachi, how long have you known?
最初にそうかもしれないと思ったのは転入してきた風見さんからお名前を聞いた時ですそれからいろいろお話ししていくうちにだんだんそうじゃないかなと思い始めていたのですが
Oh, I am dropping frames again. I just noticed that.
最終的にゆうくんだと気づいたのは
I think before it goes into the red, this would probably be a good time to read out,
初めて私の
though.
頭を撫でてくれた時です
That was enough to convince you?
だって風見さんの手は私が大好きだったゆうくんと同じ温かさをしていましたから
You pick the frames up, you drop this. Wow, high tech. In other words, Sachi realized some time ago and kept quiet until now. Then why didn't you say anything?
どうしてですか
I'm asking why you didn't tell me about all this. If I'd known, I might have remembered this place much more quickly, right?
すみません風見さんが別の場所で待っているという考えは全くありませんでした
Alright, I think it's, yeah, my frames are dropping drastically right now. I apologize. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here then, if that's the case with my ISP being the way that it is. Just gonna go ahead and double save. Let's, go ahead and get rated out. I already had a target picked preemptively, so we don't have to worry about that. We're gonna go say hello to our blue cat friend, Mio Rin Surreal, tonight. That way I can go ahead and get some food. But yes, if you want more, I do try to frequently update and post on Twitter. I do also have a YouTube channel that I'm trying to work on a little bit more. So if you want to go ahead and follow those, there is a link with my socials in the beacons.ai/mandles_. I also have a Discord server if you'd like to join. The only thing I ask is that it is 18+, that you are 18+, because it is an 18+ Discord server and an 18+ channel. So, but yes, if you'd like to join that, all you have to do is verify yourself. Wait 10 minutes that we have an access to the channels where you'll get to see my schedule updates, any announcements that are made, and just hang out with the community. We're small, but we're trying to grow. Keyword being trying. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and read outs for the nights. We're gonna go say hello to our friend Mio Rin tonight. She's playing some Final Fantasy. Actually? Oh. Looks like Mio Rin's having issues with frame rates too. Hey, don't even. Don't do this to me, high tech. No. Bad. But like I said, we're gonna go say hello to Mio Rin tonight. They're playing some Final Fantasy right now. Let's get these raid messages going. If you're subscribed, use the first raid message. If you aren't, please use the second one. We're gonna go say hello to Mio Rin. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight, everyone. Well, today actually. I keep forgetting it's afternoon. It's not like 10 p.m. where I wrap up stream typically. But anyway. Thank you again for hanging out today, everyone. I had a lot of fun. I feel terrible that I missed last Tuesday, but with my little health scare that I had going on, we're good now. We're good now. We're back in business until the 20th, and then I'll have to cancel for that day and then just pick something up afterwards. But anyway, thank you again. Thank you for joining me. I will be back tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. EST. We'll be jumping back into some more of Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Hopefully by then we will actually be able to finish the game so we can move on to Dark Souls next week. I'm hoping that's the case. Hopefully the puzzles do not take me forever like they did the last couple of streams, and my ISP loves me this time. But yes, thank you so much for hanging out. We're gonna go say a little Miorin. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a wonderful afternoon tomorrow, and I will see you all again later. Like I said though, if you want to follow my socials, hit exclamation point socials in chat. And then if you want to join the Discord server, hit exclamation point Discord. It's all right there. But anyway, you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you all again tomorrow. Bye everyone!